Well, hi, everybody, and welcome to a very special edition of, normally I would call it the Dan Scott Show, but it's not really today because what we're doing today is bringing awareness and hopefully raising some money for the tornado victims here in Seneca, South Carolina. Sure that just about all of you have seen and heard about the devastation that happened here overnight after midnight Easter Sunday into Monday morning, April the 13th. And it has just, it's just devastated this community. So with a lot of prayer and a lot of talking to some people, we decided to go old school. Back in the old days of my radio show, there was a group of people that got together that helped me out. And of course, mostly it was the listeners, but we facilitated it. And from 2001 until 2012, no exaggeration, we were able to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for various causes around our area. So I decided, again, after a lot of prayer and talking to our pastor here at Utica Baptist Church, where we are set up, to pull that entire gang, or as much of it as we could, back together again and see if we couldn't raise a little bit of money and some awareness for the tornado victims here in Seneca. So, on camera, besides my ugly but not quite as large mug,
congratulations, by the way.
That is Cobb Oxford.
You've lost an entire person.
I've almost lost Tom Van Hoy.
Yeah,
I think
138.
I think that is just it's just
awesome.
Incredible. It's marvelous.
I used to tell people that I'm twice the man I used to be, and now I'm working on becoming half the man I was.
That's just
so
unbelievable for somebody who's fought it my entire life too. That's
well, you know, the sad thing about it is that I hit the 100-pound mark this week, and for those of you who don't know, I had gastric bypass surgery on February the 4th. This is the third time since late 2007 that I've lost at least 100 pounds. That tells you in and of itself.
So you lost me in 3 years.
The struggle that I've had with my weight, but finally decided to have the surgery, put that in God's hands. That's going well. That's not why we're here, but I appreciate you guys bringing that up. You can't see them on camera right now, but also here with us, who will be joining us on camera in a moment, is Jeff Bright, a.k.a. Jazzy Jeff. And then, if anything goes wrong today,
Yes,
we have the scapegoat on site. Stagger Lee is here. Lee Harper, my longtime producer on the radio show.
Nice being here. No, this is
nice being remembered.
Yeah, I have. To
how'd you get through security?
I got through the goat.
Nice.
No, this is very important to me and to our community. My brother's house personally got hit and basically destroyed. You know, your house is pretty messed up when you're a backdrop for the news,
right?
So his house got hit pretty hard, and so I really appreciate you asking me to come out, because this is I know Jeff here, that it's near and dear to his heart. He's done a great job with the drone coverage of the storm and keep people updated, and I greatly appreciate that.
And that's what we're going to be seeing here in just a moment. When we do that, I'm going to ask Joel. It really won't matter if he comes around on camera or not, because we'll have the drone footage actually up on the screen. But I do want him to come around here so he can kind of narrate what we're seeing in a moment. But I want to kind of tell you a little bit about what we're going to be doing here today. We're going to be having a number of guests stop by. Some more of our kind of old school family. Karen Trammell is either going to stop by or visit with us via phone. Karen, of course, a retired counselor from Seneca High School, and she was an integral part of much of the fundraising that we did back on the old radio show when we were doing Christmas fundraising, finding families in need to help. Most of those came from students that she worked with directly either at Seneca High School or Seneca Middle School. So we're going to be talking to her. David Crane, the football coach at Seneca High School, you may have seen featured on one of the local newscasts. I think it was Channel 7, Pete Yannity's Sportscast a few days ago. This young man, he's not quite as young as he used to be, but he's still younger than all of us. He is making such an impact in this community in helping with cleanup. We're going to be talking with him. We're going to be talking to the pastor here at Utica Baptist, where I attend, Ryan Goodrow. Our church has had 3 and 4 chainsaw crews out virtually every day, clearing land and doing things. We have people manning the men's and women's showers here in the evening, so people who didn't have power or water can come and take a free shower. We have people who are helping man the laundry truck facilities that have been put over at Shaver Complex for people who needed to come in and wash clothes. But this is just one church that's doing it. We are hopefully going to be talking to the pastor of Foothills Community. Going to be talking to Matt Turner from Ann Hope Baptist Church. I mean, there are just so many churches in this area. I think it's Cross Point up in Clemson that I may be wrong on this, but I heard that they were giving away some ridiculous number like $1,500 a day in ice to people without power. And there are still people in the Seneca area without power, over a week and a half. So we're going to be talking to a lot of those people. We're going to be visited here on set by Tim Beret, the retired sports director over at Clemson. And we're going to be visiting via phone at some juncture with our good friend Billy Davis, who, of course, is a Clemson standout from years past, played on the 81 National Championship team as a retired Secret Service agent, and now works as the head of security for Franklin Graham and the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and Samaritan's Purse. And, oh, by the way, at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a phone interview with Franklin Graham. So we're going to be bringing a lot to you. You're going to be getting an excellent feel for exactly what's going on and the work that continues and is going to continue. I want to put something up on screen here that Mayor Dan Alexander, who also is going to be with us at some juncture today, maybe around 11 o'clock, but he put out something yesterday, I believe it was, about the damage in the city of Seneca and what they've been able to calculate so far. And I think you can see this on screen now, the damage impact, $250 million in property damage, 1,400 damaged properties, 172 homes that are not structurally sound, and 78 homes that were totally destroyed. And that's just within the city limits of Seneca. We know this was much more widespread than that. So, but just inside the city, which was the area that was the hardest hit, those are the kind of numbers that we're talking about. And Tom, you being from the Midwest,
Yeah.
you're very, very familiar with the damage that tornadoes can do out there in Kansas.
Yeah, I grew up in Tornado Alley, and it was back in the day, though, Dan and guys, that the radar looked like it came right off a submarine. It had just the one little blip on the screen, so we didn't really have a whole lot of time. They had the sirens that at that point, that I don't know if they still do that, but your phones go off now. I know it did the other night up in Greenville. We fortunately didn't get hit by what was down here, but we knew to take cover in the southwest corner and would about every single spring. So you kind of grow up with it. We were fortunate where I was in southeast Kansas. We really never, specifically that city, got hit, but Joplin, Missouri, just 30 miles away, it got hit several different times. In fact, there was one situation where they had their high school graduation, and 3 hours later, that whole auditorium and that whole side of town was destroyed. So, I mean, it can come at you in a hurry, and the devastation that it does until you actually go out and take a look at it. I mean, you see it on TV, but, I mean, the thing you hear about a plastic straw going through a telephone pole, things like that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it just kind of comes out of nowhere. So, yeah, my wife, a longtime recovering, I guess, meteorologist now, she would chase me. I'm headed down into the basement and all that kind of stuff. So we take a lot of things for granted for sure. And as you were talking about there, taking a shower, just having some ice and things like that. So, kudos to the many people that are working behind the scenes. And I think what you see too, and we talked a little bit earlier before the program about how the communities come together, no matter what your status is. I think the human spirit in that regard, what can we do to help somebody else?
Well, what we want to do is we want to give you some ways that you can donate online. First of all, we would love to have you come and see us here at Utica Baptist Church. I know it's raining, but if you'd like to come by and make an in-person donation, you can do that. And really, we're pushing two different things here. The overall Tornado Relief Fund, which I'll show you how you can do that here at Utica Baptist Church, and that money is being sent through the entire community, not just to Utica Baptist members. This is going everywhere, and this is just one of the places you can donate. United Way and many other places, but for our purposes today, we're going to show you that in a minute. But we're also taking cash donations for the Golden Corners Food Bank, because we thought about, just having people bring in canned goods and stuff like that. But the reality is, and you guys, Cobb and Tom, you may remember this from when we would do the turkey fry shows on the Tuesday before Thanksgiving outside the old Bilo in Clemson. And at that time, we were also doing stuff for the Golden Harvest Food Bank. People would come in and they would get canned food and all that, and it was great. But if you bring money, the formula is something like for every $1 donated, they can buy $7 worth of food. Now, I don't know how they do that, what kind of magic they work, but that's the formula that we've been told over the years. So if you come by here and make a cash or a check donation, you can do that, and we'll put that towards the food bank. And I think even some of the Tornado Relief Fund online is going that way as well. So there are two ways you can donate if you can't come by here today. And by the way, I know it's raining, but we have a carport right outside where we're set up inside the Family Life Center here at Utica. So you can pull up under the carport, get out, not get wet at all, come in and see us for a few minutes, make a donation. 4056 Wells Highway is the address. I'll put that up on screen in a little bit. But if you want to donate online, you can do it this way. uticabaptist.com, and then once you get there, there's a giving tab. You click the giving tab, and inside that area, there is a place for you to choose the fund that you want to donate to. So you hit that tab and just click on the Tornado Relief Fund, and anything you give will go directly to that fund, which 100% of that money is going right back into the community here for those who need it. The other thing you can do is you can text a dollar amount to the number you see on the screen, 864-301-8822, and they'll walk you through the process of doing the same thing. So you can give online, you can give via text. We would love to see you come by here and make a donation here on site. And again, I think anything cash we get here, unless you designate it for something else, is going to go towards the Golden Corners Food Bank. So that's kind of where we are in this entire situation right now. It's been really kind of a mixed emotions type of thing, because obviously your heart breaks for the damage that was done. I live it's a central address, but it's closer to 6 Mile. And, we had hard wind come through. We went without power for about 17 hours. We had no damage at all. You drive over here, and Angela and I kind of took a tour of the area yesterday, and the devastation is just ridiculous. And I don't mean that in a good way. The landscape of Seneca, just from the trees alone, is never going to be the same. And then you take the numbers we gave you a moment ago, 78 houses destroyed. The Borg Warner plant practically destroyed. 170 some odd houses that are structurally unsound to live in now. Other houses that have had all or parts of their roofs ripped off. Businesses that have been hit by this thing. You saw that $250 million is the estimated damage for something that took maybe about 30 seconds to sweep through this area. It's just incredible. And just in a minute, we're going to put up on screen some video and show you that kind of damage. But or the damage that happened. Jazzy actually got out about 7:30 in the morning when all of that happened, after it happened, and got the first video footage via drone, which we're going to show you here in just a moment. Lee?
Yeah, and Dan, I just wanted to let everybody know is the area that got hit here in Seneca that is so important while it's raising funds for the community, because some of the lower income
Your microphone.
people
There you go. It's
got
back in
hit.
now. Yeah.
And that's something that I think is real important, because this area, a lot of people don't have any insurance for their houses, and they got just totally demolished out here. I mean, the tree damage of seeing trees 15 foot around, oak trees 15 foot around, get ripped right out of the ground and landing on people's houses is something else to see. But, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible to see everything that's happened. Jazzy's going to come around here. I'm going to get his video ready and it's kind of let him walk us through. We've got 3 different video clips, but this first one is the one that he shot with his drone about 7:30.
It was actually 7:10
in the morning.
Yeah, 7:10.
You're not coming through here. Try that one to see what happens.
Okay, is that better?
That's much
That's
better.
better.
Oh, great! I just know people needed to hear me today.
Yeah.
Okay, 7:10 was the time. I actually received a phone call from Scott Mulder, who is the city administrator, and asked me, said, "We need you in here. Can you fly the drone?" So, of course, with first daylight, this is exactly what I saw. This is looking at the Adams subdivision, and you can see in this picture the trees are just twisted at the half point. And again, here's a reverse picture of the same thing. These pictures here, the first words out of my mouth was, "Oh my God, the devastation." That's the first words that I said when I saw these. Businesses were destroyed. We had a gas station down here called Rudy's Exxon. The awning was destroyed. One of the things in one picture that I saw was unique, and if you haven't seen it, a lot of the Seneca folks know, but Trinity Baptist Church, which is on South Oak Street, the church steeple was pushed forward. Instead of it being level, you can stand and see the steeple leaning forward. So you know that the wind impact went that way. This picture you're seeing here is, of course, Mayor Dan Alexander's home. He had damage around the area next to the swimming pool. And again, we were just talking about the gas station. That awning and the store itself was damaged. Up in here, the neighborhood up above it there on South, I know who has structural damage on their home. You went to school with them, I believe, and I'll tell you in a few minutes who they are. But just uttered it. I mean, we in the likes of this community have never seen anything like this. Now, we've had tornadoes before. We've had damage before from tornadoes. But in the time that it came through and the amount of damage it done, we have never seen this in our entire life here in Oconee County. Cobb, you were a graduate of Seneca High School in 1977.
77.
You've been around this area a long time.
1970.
And you've seen a lot of storms.
Yeah.
But have you ever seen anything like this?
No, the worst storms I've seen in Seneca have been snowstorms that were
ice
really
storms.
bad ones.
Really, that does a lot of damage to the trees. But I mean, we're talking 100-year-old oak trees just completely ripped up out of the ground like they were toothpicks and laying over. That was one of my moments there when I saw that picture right there. The last one you just saw, Dan, that was the one that really brought it home to me because I was emotional that Monday morning. From the time that I left with the fire chief, Richie Caudell, Scott Mulder, city administrator, and Dan Alexander, we were in their vehicle, our chief's vehicle, because calls were coming in faster than they could get crews out. So we had to take off. And the first thing in another picture you'll see in a few moments it will show, Blue Ridge Electric Cooperative had these metal poles. They're called transmission feeder lines. There was 7 of those damaged in this tornado. They're rated for 300 mile per hour winds. They were completely ripped off at the bottom of the base. 7 of those. And I've got a story about a few moments with Blue Ridge Electric Cooperative. You guys, you don't know how hard they worked. They worked way into the hours to restore power. All right, you're moving on to the next one. This is the actual video of Borg Warner. These pictures were taken the day after. Well, actually, they were taken the day of and then the day after. But just truly utter devastation with Borg Warner. Now, there's the transmission lines that I was referring to. There were 7 of those metal poles that was supposed to withstand 300-mile-per-hour winds, destroyed them. This next picture, if you'll take a look, you'll see the house, but the garage right next to the house is the only thing that was damaged. Across the road from that gentleman, a whole barn was sitting in the middle of the road of Grant Road over in Return Community. Flyby of the Seneca Historic District. This is basically South Oak, South 6th Street, South 5th, and Townville Streets. And you can see the path as I've lined the drone up. That is the path of this tornado. It come right through on top of the historic district. Trees, homes. If you were in there, it took it out. Just a lot of damage. And a lot of these homes in here in this particular area are 80 to 100 years old. It's quite a historic district in itself, one being one of the first homes. Some of them were built when the city was built in 1874. In the other corner, we're flying over South Oak Street right now next to South 4th, and I bring the drone back around. Now I'm flying reverse back towards South 6th Street. And take a look. All of that prior to this tornado was covered with trees. Every bit of it was trees. It was all trees, and now those trees are gone. The scar of this tornado is going to be here for a while. But the one thing that I love so much seeing is our community. Our community has come together like I've never seen before, and it makes me proud to be from Seneca in this community and that's helped out all over the upstate. This is South Oak next to Blue Ridge Elementary School. Complete power lines just sheared off like an axe cut. There's the gas station we were referring to. That's Rudy's Exxon on South Oak Street in 59. You can see the gas station there. The awning was destroyed. The Seneca Baptist Church, which is located down off Wells Highway, it blew the steeple off the top. And Seneca Baptist Church, their utility building, was destroyed in the tornado. Now, this is further down south on 59. This is towards Blue Ridge Elementary School. You can see the damage here. You can see the path, and then we're going to do a fly round towards the Utica Mill Hill. That was the second or third location in this path of the tornado. The folks over here at the Utica Mill Hill. Homes, trees, power line, everything you can think of rolled into one is what they experienced. The Return Community. This is what I call ground zero. This is where everything started, about southeast, southwest of Westminster, South Carolina. That's where the touchdown was, and you can see weird. You can see the destruction of the path. It done like a zigzag, but when it came up on Borg Warner, it was straight across the heart of Seneca. So, Dan, it was amazing. I've never seen any destruction like that in my entire life.
So explain the path to me again.
Okay. If folks are familiar.
Yeah, somebody who, left town 82. I've come back.
Are you familiar where the West Oak High School's at?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, on 24.
Correct.
Yes.
If you go back across the bridge over Highway 11 on 24,
okay,
and you turn on Return, that's to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Return Church Road bring you back out at Wells Highway just below Seneca High School.
Okay.
Okay. Return Church Road, this tornado started. It went from that point by the church, the Rasmussen Road area, South Radio Station. Does that remember?
Yes.
Okay. That area in there, then you over Return Church,
okay,
straight across Borg Warner into Thriftwood. That's the first subdivision across from Borg Warner at Wells Highway. And it goes up a hill. The second one was the Adams subdivision,
yeah.
Dalton Road. Those are 3 areas, heavy concentration with residential families. All right. From there, it kind of it expanded a little bit. It still took out Cathy Mattea Drive over here behind the new Seneca Baptist Church, Quincy Road.
Keep your microphone up, Mr. Engineer.
Oh, excuse me. Am I going out?
He hadn't been in this radio business long.
No, I don't know anything about radio. Thanks. I'm just all lost now. So the other side was it went up Oak Street and South 4th Street.
Okay.
That's the historic district.
Ramcat Alley.
Nope,
No.
didn't touch downtown at all.
Okay.
Downtown, not a tree. No, everybody got power. Nothing.
Wow.
It's basically everything from South 3rd, let's say South 3rd downward,
Okay.
all the way to South 7th Street.
Mm.
So that's the whole historic district of Seneca. Then you take South 6th Street, and a longtime fixture in our community was Blake Smith's Walnut Street
Right.
grocery,
Exactly.
the hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
That building was torn all to pieces.
Mm.
The roof was torn, the shattered glass, everything. So all the way down on South 6 until you come into the J.P. Stevens plant. You familiar where that's at,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
One side of the J.P. Stevens plant facing the South 6th Street, in the very top up next to the roof, it's got a hole in it
Wow.
because of the tornado.
And I'm thinking of the building I'm thinking of is like between the old Utica Elementary School and what used to be Blue Ridge High School. Is that the area we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. There was some damage on South 2nd Street around the old Blue Ridge High School. Now it's the Adult Education
It
Code.
used to be the middle school when I was here.
Right. It was
Yeah.
junior high. That's correct.
Mhm.
There was damage around in that area. Then it kind of skips over and we go into Corinth Shiloh community.
Wow.
Then we go down 123, Lake Kiwi Chrysler Dodge on 123. They're closed indefinitely right now because their whole front of their building is missing.
Wow.
It took out the windows, the infrastructure. I mean,
Well, riding up Wells Highway this morning, getting here, I saw numerous trees that looked like they'd just been.
if you want to
Snap.
see something unique, is the city and the county are working with everybody right now as far as the debris, when the more debris is coming in. Right next to, below the high school, below the Borg Warner plant, there is an open field that the school district of Oconee County just purchased. They're going to build the new Seneca Middle School there. They have used that now as a debris collection. You would not believe how much trees and stumps and now metal that they filled that whole, and I think it's something like 100 acres, I think.
Wow.
Half of it's already filled with nothing but trees and metal. People telling stories about part of the Borg Warner plant 2 and 3 miles away, including the bee. The bee on the Borg Warner sign was found in Liberty, South Carolina. Pictures of kids, for example, and you'll remember this. Francis Gilliard, guy used to work at WSNW, WBFM years ago.
Mhm.
His baby pictures and senior pictures were found 4 miles away. People are walking out in their yard now, found a stamp collection yesterday. They're finding coins, all sorts of odds and ends
Wow.
from just one tornado. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but yesterday afternoon, the National Weather Service officially confirmed that night we had 2 tornadoes
Yeah.
in Oconee
that.
County, one being above Salem and Walhalla from 107 over toward Salem. So that was confirmed yesterday by the National Weather Service. This is the first time I've ever used the drone for this purpose to grab these pictures, and I surely don't want to ever have to do it again.
I'm just curious. How long does it take to become an FAA drone pilot? Because
Um,
I've seen some of your work, and you do know how to use. This
I was
thing.
I was one of the 3 that originally started the drone program at Clemson University.
Okay.
There were 3 of us when drones became popular, and everybody wanted to get one. Well, we wanted to make sure at Clemson that we were doing it the right way, so that's why we decided we needed to get FAA license, and they had just started the licensing process. Basically, it's everything you'd have to do to become a private pilot, except we don't have the endorsement to go out and fly a plane. We fly a drone. So we still have to take a test. It's a 70-question test, everything to deal with aviation, everything. And we have to file reports when we fly, too, now. I wanted to do this. I don't know. I thought about it maybe for fun. It's turned more into fun. It's turned into more of a serious work for me. Just yesterday, I put a thing on my Facebook account. If anybody needed drone pictures of your damaged property, contact me and I would fly for free. I got 30 requests, and I'm not even halfway at the halfway point because the damage that I'm seeing of these homes is devastation.
Yeah.
It is utterly devastation. But the Seneca community is strong. I'm seeing so many people working together. The communities are all coming together. The volunteers have been phenomenal.
Well, it's not just the Seneca community. I've seen
It's everybody.
Walhalla football
Yep.
players,
Yes.
Daniel football players. I mean,
Yes,
there's
it's
been a lot of
it's-
people who pitched in.
It's the other story was we had a Church of God pastor, Stan and Patsy Rankin, who used to be at Neary Church of God. They're down in Hammer Church of God now, which is almost a drop off of the earth in Dillon, South Carolina. They came up here to cook for us because we went down there to help them during the hurricanes. So
Hey,
it's a win-win situation.
Pedro's in Dillon. Don't trash Dillon.
But anyway, Dan, I appreciate you coming over, and Tom and Cobb and Lee, and makes us feel good that y'all can come over here and help this community because we're struggling. I think people are struggling, and I think the other thing that I'll always remember of that morning is hearing the cries, folks. If you never heard it, I hope you never hear it again because the cries. You could hear people hugging. You could see people hugging each other, and you could hear that crying. It's just
Well, and we haven't even talked about this on top of what we've been going through the last month and a half. The virus.
we blew the
you know.
virus out of the way.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about
Yeah,
that.
I
Look,
know.
I had one job. If I can confront somebody that's suffering, I'm not going to social distance myself 6 feet. I'm sorry. That's just not me because people need a hug.
All right, Jazzy. Appreciate it. We'll have more with Jazzy Jeff later. We've got another video that he shot that we haven't shown yet. I want to take a break, and when we come back, Karen Trammell, who we talked about a little while ago, is going to join us via phone. I also want to say hello to Dory Kidd Smith, who is watching us. Jazzy, she said to tell you hello. And, of course, Tom and Cobb and I have started a podcast called Grumpy Old Broadcasters. And Dory volunteered to be part of it. And apparently her job, as she puts it, is to try to keep us from being as grumpy. She's not succeeded yet,
No,
but she's working on it. But we're going to take a break, and we'll come back. And Karen Trammell, who I mentioned earlier, a retired counselor from Seneca High School who's been such a big part of helping families around here for years. She's going to join us via phone a little while later. David Crane will be with us via phone. The mayor, Dan Alexander, is going to stop by. And at 1 o'clock today, among others that we're going to be talking to, 1 o'clock, Franklin Graham from Samaritan's Purse and the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association is going to join us as well. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in just a moment. We are here at Utica Baptist Church in Seneca with a very special edition of the Dan Scott Show, raising money for tornado relief. Folks, we need your help, and we're going to continue to tell you more about it on the other side. Stay with us. Or maybe not. They all are going to do that on me, huh? This program has some bugs in it.
Well, is that Alvin and the Chipmunks?
As you can tell, yeah.
That's right.
do commercials.
Yeah, something like
Oh,
that.
it's
But you know what? You're live. Things like that happened. Lee's here. Would we expect anything else? Could we expect anything else? Let's try this.
One more time.
Let's try it
Take
again.
2.
Alvin! Hey, everybody. Dan Scott here, and I want to tell you about my technology partner, Carolina Creative Group. When my show needed a creative technology boost, I turned to Carolina Creative Group. My custom design website is going to take marketing as well as brand strategy and development to new levels. The search engine optimization means that my clients' ads will be seen by more people more often. And if I have any questions, Carolina Creative Group is just a phone call away. Friends, that is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. You can find out all the ways that Carolina Creative Group can help your business by simply calling 864-250-2012. Again, that's 864-250-2012, or simply visit them online at carolinacreative.co. Carolina Creative Group, technology partner of the Dan Scott Show.
Imagine a university. A university where your passion for protecting local water sources is encouraged. And now, Your work not only benefits your career, but the health of those in your community and around the world. This is Furman. This is the Furman Advantage.
If you're looking for auto repair, you want superior work, not inferior parts and worse, inferior pricing. Hi, this is Dan Scott. I take all of my business to Superior Auto Care. That's Chris Burkett at 410 Ross Avenue in Easley. He brought my wife's car back from the dead. There's no other way to say it. For 4 months, it had been sitting with a major transmission issue. Chris was able to diagnose it along with some other problems and get it back and running again. Mrs. Scott is happy, and guys, you know how it is. Happy wife, happy life, right? Well, he can do it all for you, from the simple things like oil changes, brake service, air conditioning service, tires, to major engine and transmission work, even electrical work. Works on domestic cars as well as foreign cars. Again, they're located at 410 Ross Avenue. That's Superior Auto Care. Give them a call today at 864-306-1988. Superior Auto Care in Easley.
Let me tell you something, Cowboy. This rookie can really bring the heat.
He's smoky and spicy with a Chipotle style all his own.
It's a new Montgomery Inn Chipotle barbecue sauce. Make it a part of your home team.
Available now at your neighborhood grocer or online at CincyFavorites.com.
We are back on this very special edition of the show. Dan Scott, Cobb Oxford over there, Tom Van Hoy over there. You can see if you want to donate to the Seneca Relief Fund, you can do so by text to 864-301-8822, or you can donate online at uticabaptist.com and go to the giving section and choose the Tornado Relief Fund, and 100% of the money donated goes to tornado relief here in the Seneca area. And then 4056 Wells Highway, we want you to come by here if you're in the area. And any cash donations we get here are going to go towards the Golden Corners Food Bank, who are just like many food banks around the country because of the coronavirus now. Now this, on top of it, they are having a lot more needs that they're trying to fill. So, and again, $1 given can somehow magically make $7 worth of food that they can distribute. So if you come by here and make a donation, we're going to put that towards that. We're going to go to the celebrity guest line now. I mentioned earlier in the old days of the radio show when we were doing Christmas fundraising and finding families to help, 99% of those families were given to us by Karen Trammell, who at the time was a guidance counselor at Seneca High School. She is retired now, living the life of a retired fisherman, or fisherwoman, I guess. And she joins us here on the phone to talk to us, because I understand that Karen has a tornado story of her own. KT, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Good to be with you. I'm doing great.
Well, it's good to have you with us. Where you were a big part of what we did all those years on the old radio show, and I know I've thanked you so many times in person. I'll thank you again now for being part of this today. And I just want you to. I understand that you've got a pretty good story that goes along with all of this. So I'm just going to kind of turn it over to you here at the start and let you go.
Well, I'll tell you, I live out on Return Church Road. I heard you guys talking about that earlier, and Jeff's exactly right. We were ground zero. I'm out on the other end towards West Oak, and my husband and I, of course, got in the closet here. We don't have a basement, so we got in there. We heard this tornado go right over. I mean, it was amazing. You know, it was all the classic signs you hear about. It got real still before it came, and then the train sound and all that kind of stuff. And I thought we were goners for sure. I just really didn't know what to expect, but when it passed, and I would say it probably lasted 30 seconds maybe, I went outside. Of course, it's pitch dark, no power, really couldn't see anything. But I did go out what was going on.
Karen Trammell with us here on the show as we are broadcasting live from Utica Baptist Church in the dining hall here in the Family Life Center to help raise support for the tornado victims here in Seneca. People that you've talked to, Karen, people that you've seen, what are their spirits right now?
It's actually amazing. What I saw the first week and the first few days was, of course, shock on everybody's face, and then you kind of saw reality start to set in towards the end of the week. But the spirit of giving and helping around here has been simply amazing this week. The people who have not been here to see what it was like the day of the tornado would not believe that this is the same place. You guys have referenced how much stuff has been taken to the landfills and all that kind of stuff. But the damage is just tremendous. We were so fortunate here at our house. We had very little damage, lost a couple of trees. But half mile from here, people lost a lot of trees. And the further you went, more damage to homes and that kind of stuff. But the spirit of community and giving and helping has never been greater.
Karen, Tom Van Hoy here. Is that the first time you've ever had to take cover for a tornado? I mean, Cobb talked a little bit about some other weather aspects, but how about for you guys?
As far as I can remember with tornadoes, now I can remember when I was little, we actually had a basement in our house, and my grandparents lived next door. And if there was a threat of a thunderstorm, my grandmother came over, and we all had to go to the basement. But I don't think I experienced a tornado. Certainly not one that I can remember like this. And, after it was over and I went outside, I could not believe we didn't have the damage, like I said. But by 7 o'clock last Monday morning, it was very evident that there was this tremendous amount of damage and destruction around here. And, like Dan said, I've got a lot of experience in working with him and some others with fundraising for people in need. So my help mode just kicks in, and I, start trying to find out who's affected, because I've got friends I know that have to have been affected. And my big concern was what I call my people. My people would be the people that I've coached and taught over the years. And, there's a lot of those people in 35 years in education, but I really wanted to make sure and check on my former players and see what had happened to them. And so by mid-morning, I had found out several were involved. And, David Crane, you guys talked about David, football coach at Seneca now, actually used to be one of my assistant softball coaches, and also taught him. That shows you how old I am. And I heard you remarking, Dan, about he's not young anymore. Well, think about what that makes me.
Karen, look, you know me. I've been married going on 31 years now. I'm not too smart in most things. I'm never going to ask a woman her age or reference how long that she's been doing something that would make her sound old. So, I was born at night, but not last night.
Karen, offhand, how many people do you know have been affected?
Oh, probably 50 to 60 that I know personally, and just know of even more than that I've come in contact with over the years. Immediately, I just put a Facebook post out about 8 o'clock last Monday, because that's the only way I have to reach people now. And I immediately had all this money start pouring in from a lot of my usual givers and stuff. And we were able to help one family the first day, actually, with a little cash donation to get them through the first few days. And then I was made aware of one of my former players who had lost everything, and for reasons beyond her control, had no insurance. And that's kind of where I have focused my efforts the last few days as far as fundraising and that kind of stuff. Jeff Bright actually mentioned her father, the player's Angie Gilliard. She doesn't mind me saying her name there. She lived over on West Quincy. Everything's gone. I mean, everything's gone. That whole area, there's a little block right there that you can clearly see where the tornado cut straight through. Just total devastation. So I've tried to concentrate on helping her get settled and stuff. And, did a lot of other stuff and working with David Crane. He was out trying to help me find people and do that kind of stuff. And it's just been a phenomenal effort by so many different people from here in Seneca, in Oconee, the state, other states. I mean, I heard a story about some guy who drove a work truck down from Connecticut, just came on his own to help. And I've witnessed firsthand just standing in a yard and somebody just pulls up to help. You don't know who they are. Nobody wants any money for what they're doing. It's just been amazing.
Guys, anything else for Karen? Cobb?
Well, I just remember, Karen, when I first got out here and got involved with Dan, and he was doing his radio show, and we went over to Seneca High School, and I didn't even know where Seneca High School was, and got over there and got a chance to meet you, and Dan and I did the show over there. And the one thing that stood out to me was how many kids at Seneca High School had to have help with a breakfast or or lunch, things like that, and how important that was and how hard you and everybody at Seneca High School provided that service for those kids so they could have that before they even went to school.
Yeah, we have a fairly high poverty rate here, and back in those days, I think that was when the big textile plants were shutting down. And I personally saw the free and reduced rate at Seneca triple pretty much overnight when the J.P. Stevens plants closed down. And so there is a lot of need. And one thing I want to make sure I share with Dan and all you guys, because all you guys have helped me in a lot of different ways, a lot of the people that we have helped over the years were the very people over there helping right now. So that investment that so many of our age made in younger people back ever how long ago, they're out there now giving. They're sending me money to help their former classmate. They're out there doing anything they can and volunteering. So it makes you feel really good about what we were able to do for people before.
And that's what you want to hear. You want to hear someone who necessarily didn't get a hand out, but they got a hand up that helped them in a time of need, and then they turned around and paid it forward. That's so heartwarming to hear that, Karen. Thank you for sharing that with us. Keep up the good work.
Well, I see you've got retired up there. I wish that was completely true. I am working part-time now over at West Oak.
Well, you at one time you told me you were retiring and going fishing. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
Well, I go fishing pretty much every day, but not today.
Not today. Karen Trammell, thank you for joining us. I wish you could be here, but I understand why you can't. And we look forward to getting together when all this mess passes.
All right. Thank you guys for doing this today.
All right. There you go. That is Karen Trammell again, who's such a huge part of what we did years and years ago on the old radio show. And as you can hear, just continuing to display the servant's heart. We're live at Utica Baptist. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Matt Turner is in the house, the pastor of Ann Hope United Methodist. He's going to talk with us here and talk about what they've been doing, and we'll continue with more in just a moment, as long as Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Sounds like me when I began my play-by-play
Right.
career.
Don't make another appearance. Let's see what happens. And they did. What are you doing here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't know what is going on with this. Normally, it's just a matter of getting it. Right there is the problem. Oh, God bless him. Yeah. More like shuffling, Lee. Watching you walk around, a little bit painful. But in any event, let's try this again. We'll be back in just a moment. Dan Scott here for Todaro Pizza. Some of you may remember my old radio show in Clemson. Todaro Pizza was a sponsor of mine from the earliest days of the show. And if you know anything about me when it comes to advertising restaurants, if I don't like the food, I ain't going to tell you to go there. I love Todaro Pizza, and now Clemson's Best Pizza has finally come to Greenville. Yes, the new Todaro location is located at 116 North Markley Street, right down the block from Fluor Field. Classic, specialty and stuffed pizzas, calzones, wings, and so much more. The No Limit Lunch Buffet is available 7 days a week for just $8. Monday night is cheap pizza night, and you can try your hand at trivia every Thursday. Todaro Pizza has outdoor dining on Markley. It's open late, making it a convenient stop before or after the drive games. Find them on Facebook or online at TodaroPizza.com. Todaro Pizza, 864-603-3500.
For a child battling a critical illness, a wish come true can be a turning point. One song, one dance, one game, one moment changes everything. Make-A-Wish needs your support to grant more life-changing wishes. Visit Make-A-Wish online now. Together, we can transform lives, one wish at a time.
Dan Scott here for the Atlanta Bread Company. What do I like about Atlanta Bread? Well, too much to mention in a short commercial, but here are a few things. Bread baked daily fresh on site, a tremendous selection of soup, sandwiches, and salads, seasonal special additions to the menu, delicious hot coffee, and a bevy of other drink options. And yeah, can't forget about the baked sweet goodies. Dine in or carry out, and when you have the Atlanta Bread Company app, you can order and pay online, then breeze past the lines to the pickup counter to get your food. Experience it for yourself. That's the Atlanta Bread Company, Cherrydale Point in Greenville. If you're looking for a unique dining experience in the Clemson area, let me suggest Four Paws American Pub, where they have specials like Carolina popcorn or freshly battered fried okra, which is the hottest selling appetizer and side item in the upstate, or the Bulldozer, the signature burger featuring a fried green tomato, Four Paws pimento cheese and bacon with a smoky house aioli, or you can build your own burger or a fresh green salad from a large selection of toppings. And they also have the teriyaki salmon pan-seared over rice or a bed of green salad. Enjoy terrific food at Four Paws American Pub in Clemson. You can enjoy local recipes while watching games on the TVs or relaxing with your pup on the dog-friendly patio. Come to Four Paws, located on Highway 93 in front of the Courtyard Marriott, or call 654-5151 to order for carry-out and tailgating. You need to make tracks to Four Paws American Pub. It's getting a little dangerous in here now. We're starting to tell stories. And, I have...
Some of them are actually true.
Right. I have often said, and Tom knows this, that the best things of any broadcast usually are the things that people never hear. But that's another story for another time. We're back here at Utica Baptist Church. We are raising money for the Seneca tornado victims. And you can see you can give by text. Text a dollar amount to 864-301-8822. Or you can donate online, uticabaptist.com, go to the Giving tab, and then inside that tab, choose the Tornado Relief Fund. 100% of that money is going back into this community to help those who have been devastated by the tornado. When I asked our pastor here, Ryan Goodrow, who are some of the people we need to talk to, the first name on his list was the guy joining us now, Matt Turner, who is the pastor of Ann Hope United Methodist Church, joining us on site here at Utica Baptist. And that's the great thing about this, denominations coming together here. He had no problem walking into a Baptist dining hall to come and talk to us today. Matt, how you doing?
Doing well.
Pull that mic up just
I'm doing well. You said there was food, and then now you got me on the radio.
That's how we Baptists roll, my friend.
That's right. That's right.
As I said, Ryan told me, he gave me 2 or 3 names. He said yours was at the top of the list. We've seen so many churches in this area doing God's work in this, the physical work of clearing trees and starting up with the help of repairs where they can help, as well as obviously the work of ministering to people who have just been devastated by this. Tell me a little bit about what you guys have been doing.
Well, what we've been doing at Ann Hope, we are pretty much right in the heart of the Utica Mill Hill area. And so what we've been doing, many different organizations and churches have come together just starting to donate items. And so through just an outpouring of the Holy Spirit and volunteers, we've been able to get those items separated and get them out to the community and let people know that we have items such as groceries, water, when the power was still off, because there's some areas here in the community that still have the power off, so we still have ice to give. And every now and then we'll get a organization that wants to come in and cook a meal too, or offer food. And we've been very blessed with that as well. It's been a blessing to see from one side of Goddard all the way to the other, how the different churches and organizations have come together. So that way the people in the community don't have to walk so far to get the needs that they have. There's been not only at Ann Hope, but 2 blocks over at House of Judah, there's been a group set up there the whole time as well. And they've been handling clothes and food and different items. We've had the community theater also doing food. And yesterday they had a huge clothes drive up there. I mean, it was amazing to see. And of course, Brother Goodrow here, they've had the showers available for the community. And it's been amazing to see. And many people have asked me how that makes me feel. And I can only say humbled, because it is humbling to see God's church coming together and working together like we're supposed to for our community.
It's one of the things that I loved, and we're going to talk to Franklin Graham about 1:00. One of the things I loved about his father, Billy Graham, and the evangelistic work he did for 60 or 70 years is he didn't give a flip about denominations. He cared about your personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And it's really sad that it takes something like this for us to drop those denominational walls and bring everybody together to do the work that we should be doing together in the first place.
Exactly. It is. And you mentioned about salvation of Jesus Christ. There have been salvations through this community. I mean, yesterday, and I haven't got to share, I was trying to figure out how to get it off of our hard drive. Since our power came back up at Ann Hope, we were able to see the security footage from the storm. Yeah. And you see it coming in, you see the rain starting to circle and going all in kind of different patterns on the camera, and then you see darkness just starting to happen throughout the community, and then it just goes blank. And I was just sitting there going, I can't imagine, because where I'm at, I also have Friendship United Methodist Church, so I'm in that community that didn't get hit that hard, just a few limbs here or there and some power outages. But I just couldn't imagine being here in this community, and that this is before the actual tornado, the big part, hit. So being in the darkness, and all you are hearing is the sound of a train coming through, that sound that they say, and then trees snapping, and then through it all, after all of that, in our area, no casualties. I mean, we grieve for the loss of the man who lost his life over at Borg Warner, and we continue to pray for that family. But through it all, from one side of the city to the other, no casualties on this side of town, and people see that, and they've committed their life. And you mentioned them at the United Methodist Church, and I will say this so everybody knows, we had church members around, because we're a little bit different in the Methodist Church when it comes to baptisms. And not only do we have 2 salvations in the past week at our church, but there were also 2 baptisms as well, people committing their life to Christ. And I know up at Seneca Church of God that's been doing evening meals, they've had at least 6 salvations up there. And it has taken us the opportunity to get out of the walls of the church, to be there for the community, and to allow our faith and who Jesus is and our love and our outpouring of that for people to recognize Christ. And it's amazing to see all of it coming together in that way.
Interesting point about the lack of people, one death, especially since it happened at 3:30 in the morning,
Yes.
4:00 in the morning.
Yes.
I mean, that's just pretty. You would think if it happened in the middle of the night, but I have talked to people who said, they saw on Channel 4, if you got make sure one person in your house stays awake.
God, it could have been worse.
Yeah, could have been.
Because COVID-19 kept 200 people out of Fort Warner.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
That's right.
and to your point about getting outside the church walls, been outside the church walls now for a month or so.
Yes.
I mean, we haven't been able to worship like we want to worship, and we've had to make some adjustments there.
That's right. That's right.
You were talking about everybody that comes together and providing, be it clothing or food or whatever it is, at a number of different locations. How does that work? I mean, if somebody needed something, do they just show up and they're helped out, or how does that work?
That's the amazing part. People have just shown up, and no one's been turned away. When somebody came up to Ann Hope for clothes not too long ago, people were bringing in clothes. We just weren't set up to give out clothes, but we were able to, tell them, okay, 2 blocks over, you can get clothes. Or if they don't have what you're looking for, up at the community theater also has clothes. We could point people in the right direction. The one thing which has been amazing through it all, and we give God the glory, that we've been able to, everybody, when I say we, everybody has been able to come together and meet the needs of the people as we are able to do that.
Were you surprised at all by that?
So Monday, You know, when you come through, when you came through here on Monday and you saw all the trees everywhere, breaks your heart. Tuesday, you're trying to get your head around, what can I do? Because everybody, we have this ingrained part of our brain that God has given us to help. No matter where your faith may lie, God has given all of us that connection to help one another. And so me and Philip Kautstadler, who is my chair of trustees, he and I were just sitting there trying to figure out what can we do. And then I think it was Tri-County Worship Center came in with a whole bunch of grocery items. And so started putting that together. And then they asked if they could set up a table. Sure. So we get a table out for them. And then it just kept going from there. And then, like I said, that group set up over at House of Judah. And then it went from, at least, I'm sure everybody was working in their own way, but from where we were at Ann Hope, just me and one other guy, just looking at each other, what can we do, and praying. And then all of a sudden, here comes people. And there have been people, yesterday we had people from Piedmont that came over and was helping and sorting and everything. And it's been amazing. And I have to say, Jessica Evans, who set up the Utica Mill Hill Facebook page, keeping us all connected on social media. So that way everyone can keep in touch of who has what the needs are, how can we help. And that has been a blessing. It really has. But it was overwhelming to see, because we went from two guys just giving it to God and then seeing just an outpouring here. And then when we start to make connections with others, we see that that's not only happening here, it's happening throughout the whole entire city, all the way to the Return Church area. And tell me that's not God. I mean, God's got that hand on it. And I'll share with you a testimony in just a little bit, but I don't want to take up all your
Hey, listen, we're going to be here until probably 1:30 or so. So
okay,
testify, brother.
All right. So here we are, October. We were having a community revival at Ann Hope. We just set up a tent. And we were having a community revival, had several guest speakers. Brother Goodrow started us off, kicked us off. He came down and spoke, and his words were about the dry bones and how God was bringing that back together, and how it's only the breath of life that actually causes the life to bring it back. And he preached about that. Then Reverend W.C. Honeycutt from Ebenezer Baptist, he spoke, and he talked about God's promise through the storm, that even though we're going to go through trials and tribulations, God's promise is that he will be there and he will give us peace. My godbrother, Reverend Billy Myers from Archdale Assembly of God, came down, and it's like every night just kept following up. And so he came down and he spoke, and he talked about having the Holy Spirit, making a commitment to where the Holy Spirit is definitely part of your life, that you can be able to stand firm even in chaos, and knowing that God is with you, that Jesus is with you, that his blood and his grace covers all and a multitude of sin, and you are blessed overly and abundantly, and not to forget that. So last night, the last night of revival, Reverend Denver Thomas from Yeadon, England, came. He was our guest speaker. And he's in the middle of preaching. He's got a great message that's following up everything. And then he just stops for a second. And he says, I don't know why, but the Spirit's compelling me to say this. And he says, God is going to do great things in this community. God is going to shake up the land. God is going to transform the landscape where you don't recognize it anymore. The walls of the church will be torn down and people will be turning back to God. That was October. Brothers, sisters, everyone. Oh, I need a pulpit.
And a collection plate.
Oh my. What do we see in this city? I've driven by places where I didn't know existed, seeing houses I didn't know were there. This whole landscape has been transformed. We don't recognize it, but what we need to do is remember it. We need to remember. I've heard so many people talk. Oh my goodness. I've heard so many people talking about, you remember Seneca? Do you remember how Seneca used to be? Isn't it amazing to see how it is now as we have remembered what we used to be because we are forgotten? Let's don't forget that. If we're going to move forward, we need to remember this.
We can't hear you, so you might want to.
I just want to say I can't imagine what this community would do without the churches in the area, because the outpouring of the, I bet you, I don't know how many trees have been cut down by people just getting in their cars and going out and volunteering to go out and help people clean up. This Seneca has come together as a community like I've never seen before, and I've seen a lot of other people say the same thing, that it makes me emotional riding around and just thinking about things the way that to seeing how everybody has come together and the devastation that has happened. But it's like people are more worried about other people than they are about their own lives. My own brother, the morning that this tornado happened, I just so happened to wake up, and I live out in the Kiwi community, and just something woke me up because I had my alarm cut off. I had my volume cut down on my phone. And anyhow, I cut on Facebook, and the first post I see on Facebook is my grandmother's house just got hit over in Adams subdivision. And I'm like, well, that's where my brother lives. And I'm like, and so I get on the phone and I call him. And my brother and them are trying to get out of the basement. And Rick said that they were able to get out of bed and he hit the third step, and every window in his house exploded, and it ripped the roof off. It ripped his garage off. His sunroom went into the swimming pool. He lost an RV, lost his boat. And I asked him today or yesterday, I said, Rick, is there anybody you would want to point out? And he wanted to point out, he said, I'm not worried about myself. I want the church to get helped. So I want to thank you guys for everything y'all been doing.
God bless you. And we're honored to be here. And when I say we, again, all God's church, we're honored to serve, because you just see an outpouring of the Holy Spirit and us coming together, everybody coming together.
Yeah, two things come to mind here, and this is Matt Turner, who is the pastor at Ann Hope United Methodist here in Seneca, not too far from where we are, up on the Mill Hill, if you're familiar with this area. Two things come to mind. Number one, that area that was the hardest hit was probably the one area that could least afford to be hit hard in this city. Mm-hmm. And yet we see the kind of response that we've gotten there. But the other thing is, and it's something you said a moment ago, let's remember this, because in this country, we have a good track record of coming together when disasters hit, mm-hmm. but we also have the bad track record of very quickly forgetting that. Mm-hmm. I think back to 9/11. Now, you just look at the political landscape we have today, and remember back to in just a few days after 9/11 hit, Republicans and Democrats from Congress standing on the steps of the Capitol building together singing Amazing Grace. Mm-hmm. And then where did we go shortly after all of that passed? So I'm in step with you. If there's any way that we can remember this feeling right now, not the feeling of devastation, mm-hmm. but the feeling of brotherhood, we got to find a way to carry that forward.
Amen. I was just thinking on the way, it's funny you mentioned that. I was just thinking on the way over, for those that do know me, know that I'm a huge sci-fi nerd person. And I was thinking about some of the notes that Michael Crichton had made, especially when he was writing the Andromeda Strain. And he had made some notes when he was doing statistics. And he found that after 5 years, things that were important 5 years ago aren't as important as they are after 5 years. It's something in our human gray matter makes us go, well, it hasn't happened since then, so it's not that important. And then when 10 years go by, it's just a faded memory. It's brief. And that's why we got to remember, like you said, we need what this feeling is. It's not just a Christmas and Easter feeling. We don't need to be CEO Christians. we need to be people that continue to share this love of Jesus with everyone that we see every day, in whatever form. And it's not about, it's not about the handouts. It's about picking people up and being there. And it doesn't matter whatever kind of social divides there are. We need to break those down and be there for one another and help one another in whatever way that we can, and always showing the love of Jesus. So that way, if we can encourage we may be the only Bible somebody reads. So people are able to see Jesus through our words and our actions, our deeds. And if we are able to show that love with somebody, if we are able to go out to that one lost sheep and help them, there's such a celebration in heaven that takes place. And so we need to remember that, how it is to come together, how it is to be revived once again. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about revival. It's not just about trying to get people back in the pews with the church. It's asking God to actually revive us and bring life back to us. And you're seeing that right now. And so my constant prayer is that God continue to revive us. Allow us to remember, allow us to hold this feeling and be there for each other.
Matt, if anybody out there watching this live, or they go back and watch it later, if they want to find out more about how they can help with what you're doing, besides of what we're trying to do here with you and Ann Hope, how can they get in touch with you?
Well, the best way right now, I'll give them, because our phones are still down, and I know Northland is working as hard as they can in the area, so our phone is still down at Ann Hope. But they can contact me through, probably the best way is the email right now, because I'm still connected through my social device, because I try to stay up to date with that. And so I'll spell that out for you. It'll be SM, like Stephen Matthew, Turner, at umcsc.org. And that's the best way to do that. And we've got so many that have called, contacted, some that have stopped by, and that's really the way to do that. We've been working together. A lot of the water donations that we have, because we got a lot of water, and it's been good because we've been able to give to other organizations whenever they're needing water to hand out. But Seneca Fire Department donated water, and so did Salvation Army, and it's been amazing to see just the outpouring of so many places and organizations coming together.
One more time, give us that.
SM Turner at umcsc.org.
Well, Matt, listen, thank you for coming by and spending some time with us here today. God bless you for what you guys are doing up there on the Mill Hill. Keep it up. And obviously, if we can be of any help, please let us know.
Oh, thank you so much. I will say that going into this second week, of course, we're getting to see more of the damage as trees are being removed. And so when we get into this third week, we're actually going to, especially after the rain today, we're going to be seeing many of the residents here that are going to be in need. And so for those who are listening that want to give, please give and be a generous and happy giver when you give, because there will be several people all across the city and here in Utica that as they're digging out, they will need resources to help get their lives back together, especially for ones who have lost their homes. And right now, the biggest thing this past week we were finding is where the trees have pulled the power lines out from the boxes from the homes, and many of the boxes are having to be completely replaced because most of them were installed. I think from what I'm hearing, most of them were installed back when I was a baby, and I'm 46. So yeah,
technology's changed just a little bit.
So just a little bit, but God be the glory. There have been good people, good electricians coming through, and everybody's working together. But that is one thing that we're seeing is that whole rebuilding. So yes, if you're giving generously, because that's what it's going to take.
Matt, thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
That is Matt Turner, the pastor at Ann Hope United Methodist Church. We will step out, take another quick break, come back, and continue with more. We've got more guests lined up for the time we're going to be here. We're going to visit with Greg, is it Orham, from Foothills Community Church. We're going to visit with him via phone. Utica's pastor, Ryan Goodrow, is going to come over and be with us in a little while. Dan Alexander, the mayor of the city of Seneca, will be here. We're going to visit with Billy Davis via phone, who works now, after retiring from the U.S. Secret Service, works for Franklin Graham as head of security for the BGEA and Samaritan's Purse. And then, oh, by the way, Franklin Graham at 1 o'clock is going to join us via phone as well. You can see on the screen before we go out, and I'll put it up and leave it there while we're gone to break, how you can donate online, uticabaptist.com. Hit the giving button and then tab down to Tornado Relief Fund. 100% of that money goes to the community here, those who were devastated by the tornadoes. We'll take a break and come back with more in just a moment. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott. You know, I've been telling you for some time now that I switched the protection of my home and family to Security Complete. I can tell you that I've been ecstatic with the results. Locally owned with more than 40 years experience in the industry, Security Complete uses nothing but the latest technology, which equals low overhead, which equals greater savings to the customer. Fully automated systems with monitoring rates much lower than the competition. Security Complete gives you all this and does not require a contract of any length. Find out more by calling 864-546-0630 or find them on Facebook and Twitter. Security Complete, my first line of defense. Make them yours today.
We're all trying to find our way. Forge a path, blaze a trail. The work is hard and the work is personal, but you can't do it alone. At Furman, we're committed to giving you an advantage. The Furman Advantage. We know that graduates who are emotionally supported and who have deep learning experiences in college are 3 times as likely to be engaged at work and thriving in life. At Furman, all students are guaranteed 4 years of rigorous classroom education integrated with high-impact research, internships, study away, and a community of support every step of the way. This is the Furman Advantage.
Is your roof leaking or damaged? Do your gutters need repaired? You can Google roofing companies until your computer overheats, or you can simply call the best, Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Whether it's roof replacement, new and remodel installation, roofing insurance claims, whatever your needs, Bracken Roofing and Gutter will simply do it right the first time. And the same goes for gutter screen installations. Forget about balancing on ladders and cleaning your gutters. Let Bracken Roofing and Gutter screen them for you today. Listen, do not settle for subpar work. Get a free inspection today. Check out the reviews on Facebook. You'll see many satisfied customers, and they're all saying the same thing, that they're happy that they chose Bracken Roofing and Gutter. That's Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Call Kyle today at 864-704-5993. All right, we are back as we continue here on our fundraiser live from Utica Baptist Church. We are in the dining hall by the Family Life Center. If you plan on coming to see us at 4056 Wells Highway here in Seneca, we are taking donations online and on site. Anything that comes in on site, we're going to focus towards the Golden Corners Food Bank, and then online at uticabaptist.com, as you can see on the screen right now. You can go there, choose Tornado Relief Fund after you click the Giving tab, and 100% of the money will go directly to the tornado victims. And then also, if you want to, you can give by text, and I'll pop that up here as well, if I can find it. There it is. You can give by text, and we will you can do the same thing. Just text a dollar amount to that number, 864-301-8822, and you will start the process there. All right, we're going to go back to the phones now and want to welcome in a young man. I'll still consider him young, but when I first met him, he was an assistant coach, and I believe a very young offensive coordinator under Dito Crawford here at Seneca High School many moons ago. His coaching career has taken him to a number of places, but he's back at his alma mater as the head coach of Seneca High School and has been doing just incredible work in the community since this tornado started. David Crane is joining us here on the show. David, how are you?
Good, Dan. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. Good to have you with us. I also, I guess I need to mention that we had Karen Trammell on a little earlier, and she said you're getting so old now that you were once her assistant softball coach.
Yeah, we all have many lives, it seems, and that was another lifetime ago. So, but yeah, it's been a whirlwind lately, but glad to be back home, and not glad to be dealing with our current situation, but we're gonna keep working on it.
Well, she was quick to point out, and of course, I think most of us saw the story on Channel 7 with you and the Daniel football head coach, the two rivals coming together to help the community. But Karen is just telling me that since this has happened, it's been nonstop for you out in the community, working to clear trees and do whatever you can to help people. Just kind of give us a little snapshot of what your life has been like since you woke up on Monday morning, the day after Easter, when all this happened.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously it's to say it's been a whirlwind is, an understatement, of course. My mom's house is actually kind of over on the front side of that Adams subdivision area that took a pretty tough hit. And so, immediately Monday morning after it passed through, 4 or 5 a.m., we were trying to get over there to kind of assess the damage and see where we were. And so, yeah, it's pretty much been nonstop since that point. I've been very fortunate. The first couple of days, focused a lot at my mom's place, kind of getting it put back together. But then since then, been real lucky to just have, a lot of different groups of guys, coaches with me at Seneca. You mentioned Coach Brewster at Daniel, just coaches at Greenville High, just different people jumping in to help. And so we've probably, I don't know, but probably since that Monday, we've probably been on 12 or 15 different properties, just trying to do our part and do what we can, and which, kind of our little role is just, trying to clear debris, get rid of trees, all of that stuff that we can do yard wise to try to help people kind of get back on their feet a little bit.
Coach, how many members of your team have been directly affected?
Yeah, we've had quite a few. Fortunately, nobody on the team completely lost their house. We do have some students at Seneca High who are in that situation, but none of the active football players. Now, a couple of the kids we're trying to recruit to come out there, they did suffer some pretty significant damage. But yeah, we've had a handful of kids who were kind of in that pathway. And but they're in pretty good shape at this point as far as trying to get things kind of back together. And the volunteers just have been amazing. Just the sheer number of people out helping.
And how do you deal with that on top of the virus and not being in school and really not being able to be around your kids?
Yeah, it's obviously less than an ideal situation, but I've always believed you kind of fight the devil that's in front of you. And we do have all these other issues going on right now. And while everybody wants to be mindful of the virus and wants to social distance and understands the importance of that, at the same time, the immediate need and that immediate devil in front of you for us right now has changed.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Tom Van Hoy, and Dan and I and Kyle been around sports broadcasting a long time and covered a lot of coaches, and you're more than a football coach. And I think in this particular case, it provides an opportunity for those to see that you do more than just coach football. You have a message you want to deliver as well.
Well, I think anybody worth their grain of salt in this line of business knows that when you go into this profession, you're going to wear a lot of different hats. And sometimes the timing of those hats is rather unpredictable and out of your control. And so we've tried to be fairly active and in the community as much as we can, and really just kind of be the face for some people, some folks to see, to get around our kids a little bit and let them know, hey, we're here, we're working, we're going to get this thing under control. And so as you mentioned, I mean, there are a lot of different hats that you have to wear in this job. Sometimes one thing I have found through the years is that once you become a head coach, football is actually the least of the stuff that you actually get to do. It's all the other stuff that you spend the majority of your time doing.
Coach, was it a goal of yours to come back to Seneca at some point in your career?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'll freely admit, I think a lot of people know, I mean, I had put in for this job before and didn't get it. And, looking back on it now, of course, it just, at that moment in time, it wasn't God's plan. And I think the timing of how things have happened, in our family's journey is kind of all worked out the way it was supposed to work out. And so Seneca obviously is a very, it's home to me. I mean, it's where I grew up. I drove up and down these same streets. I ate at the same places. I hung out at the same spots. And so, yeah, it's been kind of a long, winding journey. But, it's definitely a goal always to come back.
I think everybody thinks their hometown is special, and we're visiting with David Crane, who graduated from Seneca High School and now is the football coach here. But from your standpoint, having that background in this area, David, why is this area so special to you?
Well, it's the people. The past week and a half have really shown, in my opinion anyway, that the thing that makes Seneca special is not the structures. We're not really known for having famous landmark buildings or anything like that. But what makes this town so special is just the people. And, I think that's been clearly evidenced by what's been going on around here for the last 10 days. So, there's a lot of reasons why Seneca is special to me. Obviously, being home. Personally, there's nowhere like your hometown. Professionally, I had a great job at Greenville High. Very successful program, a lot of talented players in there right now. But again, I think it was just kind of God's plan when this happened for me to come back home. And so, it's been a very busy and hectic, obviously, past 12 months or so since we came on board. But we've enjoyed every second of being back.
Again, David Crane joining us, the head football coach at Seneca High School, who has been, like so many others in this area, volunteering time since the tornadoes hit, working tirelessly in this community to help people, whether it's clearing trees or doing whatever. We just visited with Matt Turner, the pastor at Anhope United Methodist Church, and he's talked about the spirit of those people that you just mentioned. We saw the news story again with you and Daniel, the two rivals coming together to help. It's that kind of thing in times like this that I don't think gets enough coverage. You see it every once in a while. You see it some, but there's so much focus on so many of the other things that we don't focus enough on the good that comes out of these bad situations. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. And, to play off of that point right there, one of the things that's been, just really impressive to me is the people who have directly been impacted by this. When you go onto a site or you go onto a property and you're talking to a homeowner, their attitude and their spirit is so positive that, I mean, it can't help but affect you and make you have that same attitude. And these are people that have every reason in the world right now to be down on their luck. But every single one of them, inevitably, at some point in time during the conversation, every one of them have said, now, if you need to go on to somebody else who needs the door, you go ahead and go on. I'll be fine. And just the overwhelming attitude and spirit of the community, even those folks directly impacted, has been amazing.
outside of this, and I know nobody knows where we're going, but how are you preparing for the 2020 season?
Yeah, so obviously, there's a lot of obstacles there. As a staff, we've had a few different Google Meets just to kind of try to prepare and map out our plan. I instructed our strength coach, Billy Kaler, who, by the way, has been an absolute godsend this past week and a half. He's been out there with me virtually every day working. But we had Billy. We told him when this first started, as far as a strength and conditioning plan for the summer, we really wanted to work on 3 different plans. We wanted to work on, okay, here's what we would normally do if we have a normal summer. We wanted to work on a plan of, if we have a very condensed, 3-week plan. And then we wanted to work on another alternative where if we have to go 5 days a week in a very short amount of time to try to make up time. So we've been working on all those scenarios to try to best prepare ourselves for when we get some guidance from the high school league about when we can start to have off-season workouts to best be able to hit the ground running.
How much time do you think you would need? I mean,
in
your mind.
Yeah, that's a great question. And honestly, it's something that came up yesterday while we were working on the work site because, the high school league was in a committee meeting and they were kind of bouncing things around. I honestly feel like if we do not give the student athletes a minimum of 4 to 6 weeks to prepare their bodies, then we're going to put them in a very bad situation from a physical standpoint. Other sports, it may not be as big a factor. But from a football perspective, when you talk about wear and tear on a body, a young athlete needs a minimum of 4 to 6 weeks of speed and strength training and preparing their bodies for that before we get to that point. Now, what all that looks like, the high school league will give us guidance on that. That's just my opinion. But I would hate to see us just jump right in and then come back and say, well, when school starts, you're going to have your preseason and then we're having games 3 weeks later. I don't think that's a very smart plan for the safety of that student athletes.
Might have to go old school, Coach. All of August, all August is 2-a-days, right? It's the way it used to be.
No water.
Water.
Salt pills.
If you played for Tom Bass, we didn't know what 2-a-days were. We were usually 3 and 4
right,
days.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah.
Do you have much contact or can you have much contact with your players and get them to try to do anything right now?
Yeah, absolutely. With the technology now, we're able to reach out to our guys, whether it's through text or through a Google Meet or through email or whatever the case may be. So we kind of in anticipation of what has happened. When we first got out of school back in March, we sent the guys a series of activities that we wanted those guys to be doing from a warm-up standpoint, core body activities, upper and lower body activities. And so, they've got all that. The position coaches, I've asked those guys to check in with their kids at least twice a week. And it doesn't always have to be about football. Sometimes I want them just to check in with them and say, hey guys, how's it going? What'd you do today? And so, because you don't want to, in the midst of all this other, you don't want to lose that personal connection as well.
How difficult has it been in terms of the e-learning and, whether or not eligibility and into that stuff come into play? You want to make sure they get the academic side done as well.
Yeah, you're right. And that's another thing that we spoke with our kids about is, we don't want to lose anybody. First semester, our kids did, especially first quarter, we did a really good job in the classroom. We tallied our numbers, and I think it was right at a 98% pass rate that we had of the 274 different courses that our kids were in. We only had 3 that we didn't pass that individual course. So we had a great first semester. So the message was, listen, let's not go backwards. We've got to maintain that momentum that we've got in the classroom, and we can't afford to lose a guy here based on academic eligibility when all this is said and done.
Well, David, obviously, like a lot of people in your profession and many others, you got your hands full right now. But what I love to hear and what I've seen is that you're taking the majority of your time now and serving your fellow man at a time when they need it most. So thank you for doing that. Keep it up. And, we're going to get through all of this. I firmly believe we're going to have a full football season starting on time in the fall. And, there's always going to be, even though both my daughters are Daniel High School graduates, it's always going to be a little piece of me that has that attachment to Seneca because of all the work that we've done over here during the years. So keep it up. Continue. Good luck with everything you got going. And again, thank you for what you've been doing.
Appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for what you're doing today. And, it's folks like you behind the scenes that are kind of driving all of this. We, our community, I know I speak for a lot of folks. We really appreciate everything you guys are doing.
All right, David, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
That was David Crane, the football coach at Seneca High School.
Cobb, let me ask you a question. You said Seneca, you're a Seneca grad, right?
Yes.
Did
correct.
he just say that there were 274 different courses? They had like 6 when I was going to high school.
I was going to say. And unfortunately, one of them was algebra.
Okay.
See, now you're getting into my territory. I was really good at math until they put the alphabet in it.
Exactly.
So.
Oh boy, yes, 73 to 77, and it was it was great.
It was all
great.
tackling,
I
all
loved
tackling
it.
dummy 4 years in a row.
And we're talking about how special Seneca is, and Seneca is special, but I've always told people there's just something about a one high school town. There's something about a small town, and then on top of that, Seneca's location with Lake Keowee, which touches some of the city limits, and then Jocassie's not that far away. It's just an amazing place. It really is. You can get to the mountains in an hour. You can get to the beach in 4. So you can get to, and if the small town starts closing in on you, just head south on 85 for 2 hours. You can get your fix and come home. So it is a great place, and I loved every minute of it.
Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a break here in just a second. When we come back, Jazzy Jeff Bright is here. We've seen 2 of his drone videos. We're going to fire up the 3rd one and let him come back over here and kind of narrate that one. And then a little bit later on, we'll probably show some of the others again as well. But I want to remind you that besides these interviews and giving you a flavor for what's going on here, this tornado recovery, that we're here to try to raise some money. So you can see on the screen, you can donate by text. Text a dollar amount to 864-301-8822, and that'll start the process. Or you can donate online at uticabaptist.com. Go to the Giving tab, and then from there, tab down to Tornado Relief Fund, and 100% of the money that's donated is going right back into this community to the people who need it most. Just all kinds of different programs going on. This church, many other churches, as we've heard a little bit later. We're going to talk to Greg Oraham from Foothills Community Church. Dan Alexander, the mayor of Seneca, is going to come by. Tim Beret, the retired sports information director at Clemson, is going to come by. We're going to visit via phone with Billy Davis in a little while. And then at 1 o'clock, Franklin Graham is going to join us via phone as well. We need you to donate. If you want to come by the church here, 4056 Wells Highway, and you can make a donation here on site, and we're going to push some of those funds towards the Golden Corners Food Bank. And again, for every $1 that is given, they can buy about $7 worth of food. So please give generously and do whatever you can, and we'll continue with more here in just a moment as our fundraising show from Utica Baptist Church will continue after the break. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott here, and I want to tell you about my technology partner, Carolina Creative Group. When my show needed a creative technology boost, I turned to Carolina Creative Group. My custom design website is going to take marketing as well as brand strategy and development to new levels. The search engine optimization means that my clients' ads will be seen by more people more often. And if I have any questions, Carolina Creative Group is just a phone call away. Friends, that is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. You can find out all the ways that Carolina Creative Group can help your business by simply calling 864-250-2012. Again, that's 864-250-2012, or simply visit them online at carolinacreative.co. Carolina Creative Group, technology partner of the Dan Scott Show.
Imagine a university. A university where your passion for protecting local water sources is encouraged. And now, your work not only benefits your career, but the health of those in your community and around the world. This is Furman. This is the Furman Advantage.
If you're looking for auto repair, you want superior work, not inferior parts and worse, inferior pricing. Hi, this is Dan Scott. I take all of my business to Superior Auto Care. That's Chris Burkett at 410 Ross Avenue in Easley. He brought my wife's car back from the dead. There's no other way to say it. For 4 months, it had been sitting with a major transmission issue. Chris was able to diagnose it along with some other problems and get it back and running again. Mrs. Scott is happy, and guys, you know how it is. Happy wife, happy life, right? Well, he can do it all for you, from the simple things like oil changes, brake service, air conditioning service, tires, to major engine and transmission work, even electrical work. Works on domestic cars as well as foreign cars. Again, they're located at 410 Ross Avenue. That's Superior Auto Care. Give them a call today at 864-306-1988. Superior Auto Care in Easley.
Let me tell you something, Cowboy. This rookie can really bring the heat.
He's smoky and spicy with a Chipotle style all his own.
It's a new Montgomery Inn Chipotle barbecue sauce. Make it a part of your home team.
Available now at your neighborhood grocer or online at cincyfavorites.com.
All right, welcome back. We are in the dining hall at Utica Baptist Church, 4056 Wells Highway in Seneca, here raising awareness and hopefully some money for the tornado relief fund. You know, the one thing about it, the way we did things in the old days when people were just bringing stuff by, we weren't taking donations online. We were always able to keep account of what we're doing. I have no idea, then we probably won't know until sometime tomorrow, unless people come by and bring some cash here.
Are we doing turkeys for noon today? Drop them in.
You know what? Had I thought about that,
Oh no! I was at the first turkey show,
We all were.
and we had never tried this before, and we couldn't get it lit. And I can't even remember who it was. They pulled up in the parking lot, they lit the thing, and by the end of the show, we had a fried turkey.
well, no,
We saved it.
that's almost accurate. What it was the setup that we had wasn't getting hot enough,
Right,
And,
yeah,
and the
that's
guy
correct.
brought us a different
Another
burner,
setup. Yeah, he did.
a
You're
different
right.
burner to put
Different
under it.
burner.
So,
Yep.
Jazzy Jeff Bright is here.
I have a question, Jazzy.
Do you really?
Back in the old day,
Yeah.
Mill Hill was kind of considered a
Yeah.
derogatory term.
Well, they kind of still is, according to some of the old timers.
Okay.
All
right,
so
just wanna make sure,
let's
but
clean it up and say the Utica Mill Village. Is that
fine.
better?
No, that's fine. I mean, I just
Everybody around here,
I
unfortunately,
know.
now knows
Exactly.
it
It's
as
the
the
Mill
Mill
Hill.
Hill.
exactly. I
And
agree. That's what everybody
it
knows.
should,
it
yeah,
as.
and they do. So this next clip that Mr. Dan's about to bring up is actually one of the Utica Mill Hill. This was the morning of the tornado. This was captured, I think, about 8:15, 8:30, because the morning of the tornado, it took us that long just to get to the Mill Hill, because every road that we went, you had to turn around and go back another way. But, it was beautiful about 8:30 when this was taken. But if you look in the middle of your screen, and I know that you're online, it's hard to see, that was the path that you just saw a second ago. There's some more trees on the Utica Mill Hill, just totally twisted. I know, Cobb, you're on a delay there, so you can see what I'm referring to, but you can see the tornado path in the middle. That's J.P. Stevens in the lower part of what you're watching. But in the next couple of seconds of the video, you'll see more of that pattern. If you'll take a look back over there, you'll see that used to be all with trees, and now the trees are all gone.
Now, where's the old school? Where's the old school?
Utica, it's back. You got to come back behind.
Okay.
Yeah, the Utica school is back behind us.
All right.
And I think in this, there's a clip of the Utica school. Maybe, maybe not. I can't remember.
Golly.
You just look at it, just at the
Unbelievable.
tops, the halves. I mean, completely like toothpicks.
I was going to say, it just looks like somebody came through and just stomped every
Yeah,
tree.
it does. But it's a definitive that morning up there. It was a definite definitive. You could tell where the tornado had been because you know that it just looks like a desert, so to speak, without any trees. You can just see the houses. Some of these houses haven't seen from the road in years, but it's just utter devastation. But, not one person other than the security guard over at Borg Warner, not one person other than that lost their life, particularly on the Mill Hill.
And that's still amazing.
And it is.
Considering that it went through here at
Well, you have to understand.
3:30, 4 o'clock in the
Right,
morning.
but you also have to understand the construction of some of these homes on the Utica Mill Hill. They were prefabs that were sold by Sears and Roebuck Company in the 1900s, and
Right.
I'm
Wow.
serious.
No, it's true.
It is. It's true. The mill actually at one time owned all of those homes.
Yeah, everybody's life revolved around the mill.
Mill.
You had
That's
a
exactly
You had
right.
a mill store.
See here.
The mill
it-
provided athletics.
Here it was.
Yes.
It was the mill. Back where I'm from, it was coal camps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, shopped at the
Similar,
the
yep.
coal companies owned the store. They paid you years and years ago. Before the unions came in, they paid you in company script,
Right.
so you could only spend that at their store. So they were making and keeping all the money. Very, very similar.
What is the cemetery here? What
That is off of South 6th Street.
Okay.
That would be next to the J.P. Stevens plant as you're coming up, next to the junior high school in the corner.
I didn't even know there was a
Yeah, the
cemetery
Seneca
there.
Junior High School in the corner.
Hey, Tom, before Jeff leaves, drop your headset and come over so I can get a picture of all of us together. I think Lee's going to hang out a little bit. But yeah, drop
just
the
slam
mic.
it down, Tom.
Just kind of step in behind here so I can get the obligatory.
Okay.
It's not really a selfie, I don't think, but it's
Okay.
Cobb, you want to look
All
up?
right, we're doing this live on the radio.
Yeah,
Who am I looking?
something like that.
I'm looking this way.
This way, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go. What a motley crew that
I'll
is.
tell
huh?
you what.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
guys, Dan, I really appreciate you coming over, and I know that a lot of folks here in the Seneca community love you. They remember your radio show and the works that you've done with Miss Trammell and everybody. So we appreciate you coming over. Cobb, it's good to get to see
Good
you
to see
one more
you.
time.
Good to see you. Keep
I
up
know
with
my,
you.
my life now is complete that I've got to see you. I haven't seen you in so many years.
Well,
You're not missing anything.
as I told you off the air, you're doing incredible work for people that you just are.
This
I
is
mean,
my
it's just-
community. This
yeah,
is my
It's
hometown.
obvious. And
And
it's great.
I love these people.
Yeah.
And Lee, it's good to see you too. And we got to get together at Thanksgiving and burn a turkey.
At least.
Or a couch.
Or a couch.
Yeah.
I think when this is all said and
If
done,
you keep going on, you're going to make me sick.
you want me to do it?
No.
Make me sick. Love y'all. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Jazzy, take it easy. Oh goodness, that is Jeff Brightman. That's going back too far and bringing up some memories I didn't think that I ever wanted to hear again. But that's good stuff. We're live here at Utica Baptist Church for the time being, trying to raise money and awareness for the tornado victims here in the Seneca area. And again, what I would ask you to do, besides making a donation that we just got there, thank you very much. Besides making a donation, share the video. We're live on my Facebook page. We're live on my Twitter page and my website, thedanscottshow.com. That's streaming live through YouTube, and you can watch it there. Share that. We're going to be here for another couple of hours plus because Franklin Graham's going to be with us at 1 o'clock. That's kind of how we're going to close out the show, I think. But please come by or share the video. Help us to make these next 2.5, 3 hours really, really strong as we're trying to raise some funds here. And again, if you're in the area, and I know it's raining outside now, but you can still come by 4056 Wells Highway here in Seneca, and we're around at the Family Life Center in the dining hall. You can come in and make a donation. This $50 that we just got is going to go directly to the Golden Corners Food Bank. And they'll be able to turn that into 7 times that for food in the area. And folks, we've got people who still don't have power. We have people who need just the very basics right now. They need food. They need They need power. They need shelter. They need to be able to take showers. They need ice. They need everything. Some people's homes were completely and utterly destroyed. So please, many of you have given. I know that. Give again. And if you haven't given, use this as an opportunity now to try and bless somebody. Hang on.
Can
Lee.
I break in with some breaking news?
Yes, please do that.
Headline from Greenville News, Anderson Independent. Clemson freezes tuition for students, has laser focus on fall reopening.
That's good news.
So,
We hope the community gets back.
yes, exactly, and that would be one step forward if that was to
Yes.
come to happen.
It would. Lee, what you got?
Yeah, Dan, I just wanted to mention that my church, Foothills Community Church, and Greg Orham is our pastor. I just wanted to give you some stats and stuff of just how important the food bank is over there. Just in 1 week after the storm, Foothills alone and that church served 12,800 meals in 1 week, and they helped clean up over 100 properties here in the area. And I know that Tri-County Worship Center was majorly involved. A lot of the smaller churches have really stepped up, and like Utica Baptist, I knew that they had done a lot, and everybody has just come together so well. So I just encourage people just don't realize how important the churches are, and the food bank over there feeds a lot of people.
Well, and the food banks have taken a double hit because, of course, the virus cost a lot of people their jobs. And so the food banks have been feeding more than normal. And then, oh, yeah, by the way, in Seneca, let's throw a tornado on top of that. And so, yeah, I'm sure the food bank is really stressed and needs all the help it can get.
What's most amazing is just where Thriftwood is not even a quarter of a mile from where the food bank is at. It's on Wells Highway down below Seneca High School, and it came very close to getting hit itself. And I can't imagine what would have happened. And if you go down by Seneca High School, like you said, the landscape has changed. You can see neighborhoods now that you couldn't see coming down the road there. So I'm just so thankful that the food bank didn't get hit, and I'm very thankful to everybody that has donated.
Well, I've put back up on the screen some statistics that Mayor Dan Alexander put out yesterday. I think they've been able to assess $250 million in property damage, 1,400 damaged properties, 172 homes that are not structurally sound, and 78 homes that were totally destroyed by this tornado. And again, we're getting the statistics on the tornado now. It was an F2. It was about a half mile wide, and
almost an F4.
Okay. So it was a little more powerful, but it was almost a half mile wide, and you just see the kind of destruction. And Tom, we go back to you being from Kansas and living in Tornado Alley, kind of destruction that can happen literally in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and that you'll see the path that it takes, the devastation and destruction, and then you go over a half block and there's nothing.
It's amazing.
And,
it really is.
And as Karen was saying earlier when we visited with her, it's got the classic sounds. I mean, it's silent. It's still sounds like a locomotive coming your way, and I think I've taken cover maybe 4 times in my life, and it's there's that moment when you don't know what's going to happen. And one of them was in Greenville, when it hit here. Everything went off, and myself, 2 kids, Jolene and the dog, are all in trying to in the location there, and at 3:45 in the morning, and just tremendous television and radio coverage, and that you can get right now to kind of know when it's safe to maybe come out and so forth. But yeah, it's amazing the damage that it can do.
Well, the other aspect of it, and I'm sure I'm like a lot of people, your life is run by these devices sometimes now, these cell phones. But it was the alert we got on the cell phone
Yep.
At 3:40, 3:45 in the morning, whatever time it was,
Yep.
that alerted Angela and I in that time of morning that here comes the weather. Now, again, we did not have anything close to what ultimately happened here, but it was enough to rattle the house, and we lost power for, like I said, for about 17 hours. But we got a heads up on this thing.
Yes.
It wasn't an extremely long heads up, but we got a heads up on it, and you just wonder now how many lives that possibly saved.
And Dan, I just want to say, I don't know if you realize, I had a friend of mine point this out, that she lives out in the area close to where you live, that the tornado actually, because the way the landscape is, the tornado actually lifted off the ground, and it went over by Issaquena, and it went out towards the 6 Mile area. It just lifted off the ground and went above your house. But if not, it could have hit your own house.
Sure.
So it kind of like bounced off the ground.
It's because of the way it's like when it's coming down off of Borg Warner. Borg Warner's up on a hill, and then you come down the hill, and there's a couple of doctors off right there, and Thriftwood is there at the bottom, and then there's some apartments going up the hill. The apartments didn't get touched.
Wow.
And then Adams Subdivision is on the top of the hill, and so it came across where Borg Warner is, and it jumped across the road, across Wells Highway, and then the path starts, and it's so obvious when you see it.
I was always going to say, we've heard all our lives, if you're on the road and you see a tornado, you're supposed to get out and get in a ditch.
That's right.
So I guess that kind of goes along with that theory.
And the other thing, Tom, I've watched the Storm Chasers, so I've picked up on this. If in a flat area, if you see a tornado in the distance, if you can see it moving side to side, in a sense, you're okay. If it looks like it's standing still, that means it's coming right at you.
Yeah.
You got to turn and take off.
I mean, it is amazing because it's not that growing up in the Midwest, you ever got used to it, but it was, something that happened about every year when not the devastation, but the fact that the possibility exists in that part of the country. And you watch out there and you watch from the Southwest, and you can literally see it coming basically. And you get an idea about when to take cover, because like I said, all our phones went off the other night, and before, back in the day, you just you had to listen for the sounds throughout the small cities that told you to take cover.
I just wonder how many people did like I did. I heard the storm, and there was where I'm living at is kind of out in the QE school area, and there was 2 tornadoes, like they say. The house that I'm living in is there in between the 2 storms, and I heard the wind blowing, and I heard the thing off on my phone, and I cut my phone off actually, and rolled back over and went back to bed. And I kept hearing listening to the wind. I'm like, maybe I need to pay attention. Maybe I need to cut the TV on and check. And sure enough, we're under tornado warning.
Yeah. Never were the brightest bulb in the
no,
the
that was when. And because of that, I was able to contact my brother,
Absolutely.
and you would have to know my brother. I said, Rick, I was just calling to check on you, make sure that you're okay. And he said, he was kind of laughing under, just kind of chuckling, making a kind of like a joke out of it. Mm-hmm. And I said, a friend of mine's grandmother had got hit over there in Adams Subdivision. I just want to make sure you're okay. He said, I'm okay, but
right.
And then he goes on to tell me about, I'm trying to get out of my basement right now. My sunroom is in my swimming pool. My RV just got destroyed. My boat just got destroyed. My house got destroyed. My nephew's car had a large oak tree fall on it, and it was just like. And then right across the street, there's a house right there where the whole roof has been ripped off. And Franklin Graham organization came out there with a big boom truck the next day, and lifted the roof off, and they went house to house to house over in that neighborhood, helping take care of the people. So his organization is amazing from all they did.
All right, we are live here at Utica Baptist in Seneca, a little old school Dan Scott Show reunion to try and raise some money. I just saw online where our good friend Bill Lanham just did a donation here. And Bill, thank you for that. If you'd like to let us know that you made a donation, we'll mention you on the broadcast. If not, that's fine as well. But you can see on the screen how to give by text. You text a dollar amount to 864-301-8822. That starts the process. Or online, uticabaptist.com. Click the giving tab and then tab down to Tornado Relief Fund. And again, 100% of the money given goes back to the community for tornado relief. And folks, this cleanup and relief is going to go on for a long time. So every dollar that we can get is precious. And then whatever we can collect here on site, we're going to funnel toward the Golden Corners Food Bank. So if you want to come by, it looks like maybe the rain has let up. We know we've got some severe storms that are supposed to come through our area later this afternoon, and we're all praying about that we don't get a double portion of what we already received here on April the 13th. But the bottom line is that we need your help. We need your support. So if you can help in any way, shape, or form, please do so. If you're watching online, please share the video and help us grow the audience. We're going to be here for a couple more hours, about 2.5 more hours at least until 1:30, because Franklin Graham is going to join us at 1 o'clock via phone. So we're going to do all that.
I mean, Jeff's not here, but that drone video was amazing.
Yes.
What he was able to do. I meant to ask him. I've got some next door neighbors. I think the boys are like 9 and 13 now, and they got drones for Christmas, right? And so the 9-year-old went out this past Christmas and went out, had the drone. They're going to fly it and so forth. The dad comes out and he goes, "Where is it?" He goes, "I don't know. I hit go and it's gone." and his dad goes, "What? Where is it?" So the whole Christmas we were canvassing the area looking for a drone, and then the guy 2 doors down, he comes over. He goes, "Hey Tom, do you care if I climb your tree?" I said, no, go right ahead. I go, what are you looking for? He goes, "Well, I got a drone and it's right up there. Can you see it?" I go, "Okay." So I know that's a little bit different than what Jeff was doing, but the video, and maybe you'll show it again a little bit later on.
Will.
If folks haven't seen it, it gives you a tremendous vantage point and a view of what did happen here, more so than we can tell you about it.
We're expecting sometime in the very near future, Dan Alexander, the mayor, to come over, maybe Riley Johnson as well, so we'll get a chance to boo him in person. For those of you who don't know Riley, he works here for the city of Seneca, but he's an ACC football official as well. So
he may not be able to find us.
Yeah,
you can't see.
But when we come back from the break, I think we're going to try to get Greg Oraham, the pastor of Foothills Community Church, on the phone. Ryan Goodrow, our pastor, is going to be here in a little while. Billy Davis will be joining us on the phone, and then Franklin Graham at 1 o'clock. Share the video, folks. Make a donation, and we'll be back right after this. Hey, everybody. Dan Scott here, and I want to tell you about my technology partner, Carolina Creative Group. When my show needed a creative technology boost, I turned to Carolina Creative Group. My custom design website is going to take marketing as well as brand strategy and development to new levels. The search engine optimization means that my clients' ads will be seen by more people more often. And if I have any questions, Carolina Creative Group is just a phone call away. Friends, that is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. You can find out all the ways that Carolina Creative Group can help your business by simply calling 864-250-2012. Again, that's 864-250-2012, or simply visit them online at carolinacreative.co. Carolina Creative Group, technology partner of the Dan Scott Show.
Imagine a university. A university where your passion for protecting local water sources is encouraged. And now, your work not only benefits your career, but the health of those in your community and around the world. This is Furman. This is the Furman Advantage.
if you're looking for auto repair, you want superior work, not inferior parts and worse, inferior pricing. Hi, this is Dan Scott. I take all of my business to Superior Auto Care. That's Chris Burkett at 410 Ross Avenue in Easley. He brought my wife's car back from the dead. There's no other way to say it. For 4 months, it had been sitting with a major transmission issue. Chris was able to diagnose it along with some other problems and get it back and running again. Mrs. Scott is happy. And guys, you know how it is. Happy wife, happy life, right? Well, he can do it all for you, from the simple things like oil changes, brake service, air conditioning service, tires, to major engine and transmission work, even electrical work. Works on domestic cars as well as foreign cars. Again, they're located at 410 Ross Avenue. That's Superior Auto Care. Give them a call today at 864-306-1988. Superior Auto Care in Easley.
Let me tell you something, Cowboy. This rookie can really bring the heat.
He's smoky and spicy with a Chipotle style all his own.
It's a new Montgomery Inn Chipotle barbecue sauce. Make it a part of your home team.
Available now at your neighborhood grocer or online at CincyFavorites.com.
All right, welcome back. We are live here at Utica Baptist Church, our fundraiser for the Seneca tornado victims. And we said we were going to get Greg Orham on via phone, and we are. But we have a celebrity guest who's just walked into the building here. Anybody who's been associated with Clemson for years knows this guy, Tim Beret, who retired as the Clemson Sports Information Director, but still does a lot of stuff over there, color commentary for basketball, for football, and other, as he said, little projects. How you doing, Tim? I'm doing great. Hang on a second. I think the microphone's off. Let me fix that for you. Yeah. There we go. Now let's try it. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing great. Take two.
That's right. Well, again, just with kind of the flavor of having the old band back together, and Lee's here, so some things have to go wrong.
Yeah,
That's just the nature of it. Anyway, Tim, tell us. You live here in Seneca. Tell us about your neighborhood. Did you have any damage? How did your house come out? What was it like?
Yeah, I lived through the tornado, and I got the message at 3:00 in the morning to take cover, which I did. And I live at Cross Creek. And I live at the highest point of Cross Creek, so I thought that was either going to be, but not many trees. I didn't know if that was going to be good or bad. It ended up being good. I didn't have any damage to my property, nor did anybody on our street. But there were just tons of trees, of course, that were knocked down in Cross Creek, especially at the entrance. But I did take a walk around the neighborhood a couple of days after it happened, and fortunately, a number of the trees. I was amazed at how many trees fell away from houses. There were a lot of trees that could have gone the other way and done a lot of damage, but I didn't see as much damage as there could have been. Now, being an avid golfer, to also walk the course, and the front nine actually is not in bad shape. They were actually planning to open the front nine tomorrow. The back nine, I don't know. The 12th and 14th holes had a lot of trees down, so it might be a while before the back nine's open.
I think that was one of the first things that Tim and Cobb started talking about, was playing golf, a shared interest, right?
Now, true. To that said, my heart goes out to the people in Seneca who are just 3 or 4 miles away from me on the Highway 59. There was considerable damage done there, and I've never seen so many power lines that were down. And boy, props to all the people and from the power companies. And I guess people came from different states to come in and help. There's been an army of people to get things back up and running. They originally told me I'd be without power till May the 1st, and
Oh my God.
I got it 5 days later,
Wow.
which I thought was great. But they've been working at it, and congrats to the city for what they've done and accomplished so far.
So how did you get through that situation? You don't open the freezer?
Well, I had a few nights. We had the freezer held on for a while, and then after a couple of cold showers, I went over to Greenville and stayed with a friend in Greenville for a couple of days. So my girl Kay Davis, so she took me in and helped me out.
Yeah, that lasted. We had lost power in Greenville. I think it was last year for about 5 days, and your friends, it lasts about 2 days, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then it's like, well, okay, we'll see
Yeah,
you later. Have you ever been through anything like that in Seneca before?
No, not in Seneca. Now, in Connecticut, I did when I was growing up. We had some long power outages when we had big snowstorms, but no, not around here. And just the scenes of the trees and the trees that were just snapped in half was just wow. It was amazing, and I was just 2 miles from the center of it all, and I knew the wind was blowing and it was raining hard, but it wasn't that bad just where I was in Cross Creek. So it was just amazing when I got up the next day and saw what had happened.
Just before you got here, we had a headline this morning that Clemson is going to freeze tuition and is working toward a fall opening.
Okay.
And obviously,
Hadn't seen
in
that.
this environment, would have to be considered good news.
Yeah.
I haven't read the story yet, but obviously the planning is going on to try and get open this fall, and that is a key to any sport being played.
Correct. That's yeah. Many college presidents, athletic directors have certainly said that if the school's not in session, we're not going to have, football. So that would certainly be a key, and hopefully that'll be the case. Hopefully with social distancing, what people are doing is going to drop the numbers.
And I know that they talk every day, probably every other day. There's plans out there. We've heard about everything, what should be an SID nightmare to pile everything up in the spring. I saw a story this month that the president of the University of Arizona said, yeah, we're coming back to school. I'm not so sure we're going to play sports. And then, yeah, we'll just play football and basketball, and we'll just start in January, and everything will be great.
Can you imagine on Saturday, March 1st, having a football game, a basketball game, and a baseball game,
and 2 tennis
all
matches,
the same day?
2 tennis matches,
my goodness.
softball game. It's just.
We've had football games and basketball games.
In
November. In November, you do. Usually they're back-to-back days. They're scheduled, and I'm sure they would. You wouldn't have the same day, but we've had a Friday night basketball game before, Saturday football game before.
But still, that would just be.
Well, and the other aspect of that is it would even be hard for a sports information department the size of Clemson's.
Yeah.
Which you have, a number of people there and student assistants and everything else. Try being Furman, where there are 5.
Right.
Try being Anderson, where maybe there are 2 or used
3.
to be
Right.
1.
Yeah, well, used to be 1.
Yeah.
Cobb against the world.
Yeah.
And the world was winning.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It wasn't close.
I don't know about that.
Speaking of retirement, how I know we talked about you're still working, but how are you doing? Are you enjoying not being as busy as you used to be? Or?
Yeah, no, I am. It's fun to prepare to do the games on the radio, and I still pretty much the golf SID. I've got some help from a graduate assistant, but I'm still doing the stats, still writing the stories for golf, and then I've got my now and then my job with NBC that work their golf tournaments as like a researcher and statistician on their broadcast. So I've had plenty to keep me busy.
They're not going to play the Ryder Cup without fans, are they?
No,
that
I don't
can't
think so.
happen. That
I
cannot
I
happen.
think what would happen would be the same thing that happened in 2001. Remember, it used to be an odd numbered year,
Right. They'll just
and
move
then
it.
when they'll just move everything up a year, and I think that's what they'll end up doing, because September 25th, are we gonna it's when are you gonna know if you're gonna have lots of fans close together at a game, or that's going to be allowed at a sporting event? So Rory McIlroy actually did an interview yesterday and suggested, I thought it was a great suggestion, just move everything up a year, play the Ryder Cup on September 25th to 27th, 2001, and move the President's Cup a year. Just move everything up a year. Because that's the fans, and I worked the last Ryder Cup in France, and it was just
It's something else.
it's just amazing.
It is. I went to the one in Louisville a few years
Okay.
ago, and it's unlike any sporting event. It's college football, pro wrestling, and golf all jammed together in one site.
Well, I'll never forget the first day. I mean, we would get there at 6:00 in the morning. We'd get there in the dark, and we'd say we'd get there in the dark, and we left in the dark. And so I remember walking out to, I think I was at the 16th hole, and at 6:30 in the morning, it was still dark, and I could hear all these chants from the European, fans, and they had built this stadium-like atmosphere at the first hole, and it was unbelievable.
And you have those roars that you don't hear anywhere else. I
Right,
mean, it's just
it
rattles you if
right.
you're near it.
Yeah, absolutely, and just it's just seeing after it was over, and they were carrying Tommy Fleetwood around on the shoulders of all that. It was just unbelievable.
This is Tim Beret. He is joining us. I think people around this part are very familiar with him, who's now retired. But still, he once told me he was going to retire and be the Sack Bagley of Notre Dame. He has decided to stay around here and do that in his retirement.
Yeah, a lot more opportunities around here. So, sticking around.
I was telling somebody the other day, the subject of Bob Bradley came up, the man who hired you and your predecessor.
Yep.
And I said, all you need to know about Bob Bradley is really the one story that I have about him. I came here in 1999. I started working at the Seneca Journal in May of 99 and helped transition it to the daily paper that it is now.
Right.
And I got assigned to go cover a baseball game shortly thereafter. And of course, this was before the new press box and everything. So the old wooden press box was there. And as I do when it comes to the ballpark, I was there about 3 hours or so before the game. And the only other person who was there in the press box was Bob Bradley. He and I had never met. And I walked in the press box, and the first words out of his mouth were, "Hi, Dan."
How about that?
Yeah, he already knew who I was, and that's why he was one of the greats, and that's why you're one of the greats, because you treated people the same way. You held them to a standard, no cheering in the press box, and you expected things to be done the right way. But man, the opportunity I've had to work in my business with you, and then now with a guy like Hunter Reed, you just can't. You can't ask for anything more in this business, because everybody's not as nice as you are. I can tell you that.
Well, thank you. But I learned from two of the best. Roger Valdistieri was the Bob Bradley of Notre Dame, and then he came down and worked for Mr. B. And you're right. I learned so much about. Sure, I learned a lot about record keeping and all that kind of stuff, and how to do the nuts and bolts. But just the way he treated people. For instance, in the days when cars weren't as sound as they are today, he always carried jumper cables in his car in case a rider's battery doesn't work after a game. Wow. I can't tell you how many times he either went out and changed a flat tire for a rider, or
they couldn't do it themselves.
They couldn't start the car. He went out there with his jumper cables. He was terrific.
Dan, I was there the day they named the press box after Bob Bradley, and the writers in attendance all politely. I mean, it was a cheer. It was a loud cheer.
It was a loud cheer.
No cheering in the
even for you, right?
Yeah, everybody
for
laughed
himself.
though when he did it. That was a North Carolina game in 1988.
When a couple of weeks ago, we're doing a podcast now called Grumpy Old Broadcasters, Cobb and Tom and I, and we have Marty Brenneman on.
Oh wow!
And Marty, we got to talking about, we were kidding with him about being a North Carolina fan, and he automatically launched into the story. Yeah, but I've told you this before, Dan, how much I love coming to Clemson, and he did the 3 years of Jefferson Pilot basketball, split the package with Mike Patrick, and he said, there's no easy way to get to Clemson then, and there still isn't if you're coming from
Patrick
out.
really didn't like coming to Clemson, says I took all those classes.
Yeah, and to this day, he mentioned it again. He still talks about the great times he had here. I loved coming here. Cliff Ellis was the coach then, and how Mr. Bradley and you would always take him out to the fish camp for dinner on Friday night before a Saturday basketball game. So it's those little touches that I think separate what we've seen here and the way you do your job, the way Mr. Bradley did his job, than many other people do their jobs. It's just those little things, those kind of stories that 20, 30, 40 years later, people are still telling.
Yeah, well, just think, you guys know how much Mr. Bradley loved baseball. That was his favorite sport. And to spend all that time with Marty Brenneman was just a big treat for Mr. B. You mentioned Hunter Reed earlier. I actually talked to Hunter yesterday for a long time. One of the things I'm doing during this stay-at-home period of time is I would save isn't the right word, but I've collected boxes of stuff when I've retired, and I've been kind of busy between the football and the golf and everything and the travel. So now I got time to go through all this stuff. So I actually have a couple of boxes of Mr. Bradley stuff, and in there I found a 1954 NCAA college basketball media guide that they used to produce, and on the cover was Frank Selby.
Wow!
So I called Hunter and I mailed it to him yesterday. I said that belongs in the Furman collection.
Hunter a number of years ago gave me a video of Frank Selby's 100-point game against Newberry. And here's a Tim Beret note for you. That game, 1954, 55,
the old
whenever
Texel
it was.
Hall in downtown Greenville.
What was the first live television sporting event in the state of South Carolina.
Correct. And Mr. Bradley actually went to the game because he was working for the Greenville News then. That was before he had come to Clemson. Mr. B came started in the fall of 55, but in spring of 55, he was still over in Greenville working at the Greenville News, and he was at that game. Yeah, there's a lot of great story. I actually did some stuff about that game when I did Basketball for Dummies, and as I believe the court was shorter than a regular 94 feet, and there was another guy on the team whose name is escaping me right now. He led the nation in scoring the year after.
Darryl Floyd?
Darryl Floyd.
Yeah.
So this game was, it was going to be Frank Selby night because all these people came from Kentucky for the game. And Darryl Floyd was kind of taking a lot of shots. And in those days, believe it or not, the games were quarters, not halves. So Darryl Floyd actually had like 18 points at the end of the first quarter. And so the Furman coach basically benched him the rest of the game because this was Frank Selby's night, and and then he went crazy.
And if I'm not mistaken, Frank hit a half-court shot for his 99th and 100th points.
Yes,
wow,
that's correct.
At the end of the game.
Yeah.
So
just amazing stuff.
Yeah, it is. We can sit here and do this all day.
Yes, we could.
It's good stuff.
But you have other guests, I know.
Because really, we got nothing else to do with the coronavirus and everything else, Tom.
So I was going to say, Tim, when did the football game notes get to be 50 pages long?
When we had computers and we were able to generate stuff, when I started, Cobb will know this, every Sunday, I spent half the day retyping the stats. And, of course, the further you got into the season, the more guys you had. I mean, you had to read every week. You retyped every guy who had run the ball, every guy who was receiving. All the defensive stats in the back. I mean, it took you half a Sunday just to. And then I would my first year I would do the stats, and I'd bring them to Al Adams's house, which was right around the corner. He just started the orange and white. And that was the great celebration at the end of the stats. You'd bring his stats over to outside because he would shoot him for the inside of the orange and white. And his wife would make his French toast, which was known as egg bread.
Yes.
Egg bread.
Bring on the egg bread.
Yeah.
Right.
Those were the days.
Yeah, which is ironically, when we have the threat of snow or any kind of bad weather here, that's what made people go buy, eggs and milk.
Eggs and milk, yeah.
So they can make French
They can
toast.
make French
I guess.
toast. At least have French toast.
And then computers came along, and you were able just to
Able to generate
update the
a lot
stats,
more
right?
stuff and everything, so you had more time to look up notes and do more research. But obviously, everybody needed the stats for the basic, thing for every game.
But before we turn you loose, tell us about the Tim Beret trivia app.
Yeah, I did start an app with a fellow who's a teacher over in Seneca. He actually approached me about it, and so yeah, it's gone over pretty well, especially right now because people are sitting home looking for games to play within their family. So I know a lot of people have added it, and actually before I came here, I was working on a new set of questions. We're going to expand it. There we go. Cobb's got it, and so I'm working on some questions in the other sports, not just football. I think we've got 280 questions on there for football, and we're going to do another 100 in some of the other sports and try to release that in a couple of weeks.
Back when I was still here at Clemson, we tagged him Clemson Google.
Oh yeah,
he's the one. He's the one who gave me the name.
Yeah.
A lot of people call me that now. It all goes
It's all
back
your
to-
fault.
All goes back to Dan. Love it.
Well, I see that the Clemson Athletic Hall of Fame lost some credibility by allowing Bill DeAndre.
We have quite a class going in the Hall of Fame. That's one of the things I work with Bob Mahoney and do all the research and write the release on that. But yeah, great class, and I know a lot of, in all seriousness, I know a lot of student athletes who smiled when they read that because Bill had such a unbelievable,
No doubt. I mean, it's just
unbelievable
he's just
impact he had on so many.
He is a student athlete driven administrator.
Oh, God,
one
yeah.
of the most driven student athlete administrators I ever knew.
Yeah.
I was happy to see that because Billy D is just a wonderful person, and personally, even more than that, I was happy to see Jack Leggett
Yes.
get his due because I know that after 23 seasons or whatever it was, 22, it didn't end the way that I know that he wanted it to end, and some people thought it should have ended. That's life. I understand that. But I was glad to see him get elected and named into this Hall of Fame class because the guy deserves it.
Absolutely. Just a hard worker, and is, because this 21 out of 22 years in the NCAA tournament, 6 trips to the College World Series, the only 3 Final Fours. People, when you go to the College World Series, people don't really look at getting to the Final Four of it. Last 4 teams. It's like getting to the Final Four in basketball. What would we think of a coach if there was a basketball coach here who took us to 3 Final Fours in basketball? That's basically
At Clemson,
At Clemson,
they would erect a statue
That's correct.
and give him a lifetime contract.
Absolutely. So, but he, what a good man, and he's very well deserving.
Well, Tim, thank you for coming by and spending some time with us and sharing some things and a little bit of a laugh here and helping us with this. I think right now in this area, we can use all the smiles and all the encouragement we can get. And we've seen that today with the guests that we've had on, whether it was Pastor Matt Turner or whether it was David Crane, the high school football coach at Seneca, Karen Trammell, so many others who we've seen this community come together in the midst of this terrible situation. And just thank you for being a small part of it.
Great to be here. And yeah, I can't echo those sentiments enough. The people of Seneca have really come together, and the power company, the people who are in charge of getting us back up have done just a terrific job.
Are you going to hit that front 9 at Cross Creek?
If the weather holds up, of course, it might be a little bit crowded Friday, so I might wait till Saturday. We'll see. Need to get Cobb out there.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Twist his arm.
Yeah,
would you?
Right.
kicking and screaming.
Thank you. That is Tim Beret from Clemson. We'll take a break and come back, and I think we're going to try to spend some time with Greg Oraham now, the pastor at Foothills Community Church, as our special fundraising show continues. Again, here's the the information online, how you can give, uticabaptist.com. Choose the Tornado Relief Fund after you click the Giving tab. 100% of the funds donated go directly to this community, and anything we collect here on site today is going to be tabbed for the Golden Harvest Food Bank. So please do what you can to help there. We'll come back with more in just a moment. That's it. Just walk in front of the camera. Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody wants to see us anyway. We'll be back right after this. Dan Scott here for Todaro Pizza. Some of you may remember my old radio show in Clemson. Todaro Pizza was a sponsor of mine from the earliest days of the show. And if you know anything about me when it comes to advertising restaurants, if I don't like the food, I ain't going to tell you to go there. I love Todaro Pizza, and now Clemson's Best Pizza has finally come to Greenville. Yes, the new Todaro location is located at 116 North Markley Street, right down the block from Fluor Field. Classic, specialty and stuffed pizzas, calzones, wings, and so much more. The No Limit Lunch Buffet is available 7 days a week for just $8. Monday night is cheap pizza night, and you can try your hand at trivia every Thursday. Todaro Pizza has outdoor dining on Markley. It's open late, making it a convenient stop before or after the drive games. Find them on Facebook or online at TodaroPizza.com. Todaro Pizza, 864-603-3500.
For a child battling a critical illness, a wish come true can be a turning point. One song, one dance, one game, one moment changes everything. Make-A-Wish needs your support to grant more life-changing wishes. Visit Make-A-Wish online now. Together, we can transform lives, one wish at a time.
Dan Scott here for the Atlanta Bread Company. What do I like about Atlanta Bread? Well, too much to mention in a short commercial, but here are a few things. Bread baked daily fresh on site, a tremendous selection of soup, sandwiches, and salads, seasonal special additions to the menu, delicious hot coffee, and a bevy of other drink options. And yeah, can't forget about the baked sweet goodies. Dine in or carry out, and when you have the Atlanta Bread Company app, you can order and pay online, then breeze past the lines to the pickup counter to get your food. Experience it for yourself. That's the Atlanta Bread Company, Cherrydale Point in Greenville. If you're looking for a unique dining experience in the Clemson area, let me suggest Four Paws American Pub, where they have specials like Carolina popcorn, a freshly battered fried okra, which is the hottest selling appetizer and side item in the upstate, or the Bulldozer, the signature burger featuring a fried green tomato, Four Paws pimento cheese and bacon with a smoky house aioli, or you can build your own burger or a fresh green salad from a large selection of toppings. And they also have the teriyaki salmon pan-seared over rice or a bed of green salad. Enjoy terrific food at Four Paws American Pub in Clemson. You can enjoy local recipes while watching games on the TVs or relaxing with your pup on the dog-friendly patio. Come to Four Paws, located on Highway 93 in front of the Courtyard Marriott, or call 654-5151 to order for carryout and tailgating. You need to make tracks to Four Paws American Pub. We are back and continuing here on our extended special edition of the Dan Scott Show, trying to raise some funds for the Seneca tornado relief effort here and the Golden Corners Food Bank. We thank those of you who have donated. We won't have an online total until probably tomorrow. When we get that, we'll share that on our social media. We've had a bit of money donated here on site so far. Looks like about $150. So you times that times 7, and that's what you'll get as far as the Golden Corners Food Bank, how much food they can buy with that. So we need more. Please come by and hang out with us, and we would love to see you and talk with you and getting the chance to chat with Tim Beret and share some stories and some laughs. Eventually, you just have to cut it off because literally we could have gone on
Yes.
for a long, long time. You see online, uticabaptist.com is one of the ways you can donate. Click the Giving tab, go to Tornado Relief Fund. 100% of the money goes directly to the tornado relief effort, as does anything you may text in. You can text a dollar amount to 864-301-8822. Now, let's go back to the celebrity guest line. I mentioned earlier Ryan Goodrow, the pastor here at Utica, who will be joining us in a bit. He gave me a couple of names of other pastors in the area to talk with who their churches have just been doing incredible work. Matt Turner was one from Ann Hope United Methodist. He was here earlier, and we're going to the phone now and welcoming in Greg Oraham, who is the pastor of Foothills Community Church here in Seneca. Greg, welcome to our little show. Thank you for spending some time with us. How are you, sir?
I'm well. Thank you, Dan, for having me, and thank you for what you're doing for the city of Seneca. It's very needed, that's for sure, right now.
Well, unfortunately, there is a tremendous need. The fortunate part of it is that God is bringing so many different people, so many different segments of the community together to provide aid and relief and help for those who need it, plus spiritual guidance and ministering as well. Lee Harper has just been raving about what your church has done in the last week and a half or so. Can you give us a little snapshot of what this last 10 or 11 days has been like for you?
Yeah, it's been a little wild, as you can imagine. And I just got to say, the Big C Church, the church in general, the community, the other organizations, city and the county officials, other cities, everybody, this is a group effort. But from the standpoint of Foothills Church, we've been extremely busy. We've kind of hit it on two fronts. We did, particularly in the earlier part of the tornado devastation, we were heavily involved in debris cleanup, removing trees from houses and yards and things like that, primarily in the areas of Thriftwood, Adams Subdivision, and the historic district of Seneca. And we've worked on over 100 of those homes, and we've had, we estimate, at least 400 different volunteers involved in some level. And our ongoing efforts, we're still doing some of that. We've kind of, we're working in conjunction with other organizations like Samaritan's Purse, the Beaver Dam Baptist Association, and others. Right now, we also have been providing food in two ways. We have a presence at Shaver Complex, the recreational complex, where we're doing a daily, right now, it's just a daily from 4 to 7 p.m. dinner there, and we're also doing delivery. By the end of this week, we'll have done probably over 15,000 meals since the tornado. And then we're also doing a drive to try to get things, other supplies that are needed in the area. And we also, just like what you're doing, supporting one of our ministry partners is the Golden Corner Food Pantry, which is a tremendous organization anyways. But right now, we really see the need for them. And as you mentioned, with their buying power, and it's better just to give them money. They can get so much more value than the average person going to the grocery store. So we do that. We wrote them a very large check as well through our Foothills outreach. So we've been doing a lot of things, and I couldn't be more proud of the community of seeing people come together. It's just been awesome. It really has.
Tell us what goes into serving 15,000 plus meals in a week and a half.
Well, I wish I really knew that to answer that. We have some tremendous staff and volunteers that are doing it. We have what's called a chill and grill. It's a trailer we have it's just a big grill trailer. We use it throughout the year to go to schools and just bless teachers or law enforcement agencies. We just pull it up, cook for them, and say thank you for what you're doing. But now we've been able to kind of the first couple of days we had it right on Paloma Drive, one of the hard hit areas, and we were just serving as many people as we could. We then moved it to the Shaver Complex, and we have literally probably hundreds of volunteers that are there or have been there during the last couple of weeks preparing food. We've had other churches say, hey, can we help? We're bringing stuff. We've had people donate large amounts of food. frozen chicken and things like this. And we've just been grilling it up and delivering it, or they can pick it up. And I tell you what, it's really interesting to see how that works, because I can't even get my mind around 15,000 meals in 2 weeks. It does. Last Friday alone, we served 3,011 meals. I can't even. I wasn't there. I kept my distance and let them do what they do. We have such wonderful staff and volunteers that do that so much better than me, and I'm in awe. It's been amazing.
I mean, was that just on the fly? I mean, did things happen and then it all just kind of coalesced and came together? And I mean, I'm sure it didn't happen that easily, but that's amazing that it did come so quickly.
Well, we have a care staff and volunteer team that many of them are trained through South Carolina Baptist through their training of disaster relief. We have that in place. So although we had never been through this type of thing, and nobody had around here, we hadn't been through it either, but we had some experience doing some smaller scale things. And it was a matter of, the good thing was we had so many people wanting to do things. We had no shortage of people to say, hey, we just want to help. What can we do? So that was so helpful. We haven't pulled it off perfectly by any stretch. Let me just tell you that. We have, you go through these things, you figure out what you can do better. And that's what we're kind of assessing. Hopefully we never have to do it again. But if we do, we'll be able to do it even better, larger scale than we have. We were going to actually move our grill trailer over to the Golden Corner Food Pantry. The city of Seneca asked if we would stay there at least to the end of this week, because it is such a strategic location close to a lot of the hard-hit areas.
Were you affected personally?
Personally, no. I was very fortunate. So it was so eye-opening because we went through it like everybody. I'm here in Seneca, and our area, I had a couple of little branches or limbs. I mean, it was nothing. I lost power for a few hours. And so for a lot of people who maybe even live in the area who haven't ventured into town, they've just seen a few pictures on Facebook or whatever, until you actually go into the hard-hit areas, you cannot understand the magnitude of the devastation when you see oak trees that are probably 100 years old that are just snapped, and telephone poles and wires everywhere, and homes just with trees everywhere, and areas that you could never even see before. Now it's been leveled, and you can look across the landscape and just see things that you've never experienced. So, yeah, I was fortunately one of the fortunate ones that didn't really experience anything of significance.
Greg Oraham is the pastor at Foothills Community Church. He's joining us here on our fundraiser, trying to raise as much as we can for the tornado relief here in Seneca. It looks like we've had about another $50 donation brought in to us on site here. Everything we collect in the building is going to go to the Golden Corners Food Bank, so that puts us up to about $200 there. And again, won't know exactly what we've raised online until probably sometime tomorrow, but I know people are giving because I'm getting messages. Greg, you're meeting the physical needs. We talked with Matt Turner from Ann Hope just a little while ago, and I imagine you're seeing the same thing that he and his church are seeing, and that is people also are coming to you with spiritual needs in this time.
Yeah, that's been a really big part of this thing. It's not just delivering a meal or taking somebody's tree out of their yard. It's the emotional and spiritual support. We actually are strategically now planning to shift from some of the physical needs as far as cleanup, because that's now some of that what's left is going to be outside the scale of anything except professionals. And so for us, we see the need to shift to more of the long-term care element of this and spiritual and emotional needs. So our staff is already in that process of now saying, okay, we've been able to, help you physically, but what can we do at a deeper level? And that's that'll be ongoing because it is there were so many people who are affected that it's pretty discouraging, as you can imagine, when you look and everything you've worked for has been destroyed. And so we know there's going to be a lot of long-term things. But it's rallied the people, and that's what we get so excited about. The community, Jesus said, if you want to be great, become a servant. If you want to be number one, then you have to be last. And what I've learned about our community is we have a lot of great people who are servants, people that didn't even know each other, that just go down a street with a chainsaw or bring their tractor on a trailer and say, where can you use me? And we're seeing this all over the community. We're having restaurants who are saying, hey, we'll bring food in to feed the community. We have businesses that are just supporting in any way they can. And it has brought out the best in a very difficult time. Some people say, well, boy, that was a really bad time. You got a pandemic and then a tornado right on the heels of that. And I would argue that maybe it's really the best time, because I think people, because they maybe weren't working because their businesses were closed, where they could just freely go into a community and say, hey, I've got time and I've got availability and I'm willing to help. And it has brought the community together. We all, I think, forgot about the pandemic for at least a week and a half. It took our minds off of that and put it on other people. And I think that's just healthy.
And Greg, this is Lee. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, Lee, how you?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that my sister brought up, made a statement that the church has finally left the building. And you always, when you preach, you always talk about the capital C church, which is the Christian family, should I say. And you guys were one of the first ones to come out and start going out in the community. And I can't speak how much I'm so proud to be a member of your church, and to, the numbers I've been seeing that the people have been out in the community is just amazing. And it really makes me proud to be a part of the church.
Thank you so much, Lee. The Big C Church, the Christian community, as all the churches just coming together, have been, yes, the church has left the building. The people are the church, not the brick and mortars, not the church, the people. And that's what we've seen. And it's just been refreshing. I think everybody now has renewed our faith in humanity and saying, you know what, this is, this really shows who you are. When you're squeezed in a really difficult situation, you're going to know what you're made of. And this community was squeezed. And what we found is that there's a whole lot of good things going on. And these times that we go through are, we call them spiritual markers. These are these times where God is at work, and we drive down a stake and say, when we look back at some point in history, and they look back to 2020 and they talk about the tornado of Seneca in 2020, there are going to be a lot of other conversations that take place because of that. There's going to be a lot of conversations about God moving and touching people's lives and spiritual revival happening in a community. And that's what I get excited about. Look, we've had stories of we had a group that showed up, 4 guys. Turns out one of them was a pastor. These guys are from Ohio. They heard about it somehow, what was going on. They didn't know anybody here. They didn't have any connection here. They got in their pickup truck with chainsaws, and they drove here, and they said, put us to work. And they just went side by side with people they'd never met before. We had our grill trailer I was just talking about on the way to the shaver one morning, got a flat. Somebody came by and came to assistance, changed the flat, went and bought 4 new tires for the trailer. Just out of generosity. Those are the kind of stories that are coming up. So the good that comes out of these bad situations is only because God is at work. And I think that's the part we can't forget, is that in the midst of all of this trouble, is that we have a God who is very close and personal, who is wanting to be there in the midst of the pain and the trauma that people are going through. And he delivers that message through his people. And I'm excited to be a part of it.
Continuing to visit with Greg Orham, the pastor at Foothills Community Church. Tom?
I was just going to ask you, how do you organize? Do you have morning meetings, meet all day, evening meetings?
Well, we have we use Zoom a lot. Let's put it that way. And we debrief, but our staff team is extremely competent and strong, and they have just been manning the front lines and our volunteer force has been so large that it's mostly becomes a leadership thing of just organizing these things, and which is a little difficult, but we have people that have just done that wonderfully. We've also created, just for people who might have needs, on our website, foothills.cc, we've created a page specifically. We created for the COVID-19, but we just combined it now to call Foothills Care. And it's a resource for, it's kind of a clearinghouse. If somebody has a need in the community, housing, food, some other kind of need, we've tried to collect a database of all of the local organizations. And I'm sure we've left some out, but we've tried to collect as many as we can. So it's a kind of a one-stop shop. You can just go there, and instead of trying to have to look up all the names and the numbers of these organizations, we've collected that, and you can go there and it will direct you to the proper place. Because the one thing we've discovered through this is we couldn't do everything that we would like to, but we could do some things pretty well. But there were a lot of other organizations that were doing those other things. And together, that was where it became really strong. As you mentioned, Pastor Goodrow there at
I'm sorry,
Foothills.
Foothills Care.
Foothills.cc/care.
Okay.
And as Pastor Goodrow and his church at Utica Baptist, for instance, opening up their gym facilities for showers, the Ann Hope Methodist and House of Judah down in the Mill Village area, doing what they're doing, and so many churches throughout the community and outside of the community just coming together, coming to this to our area to offer assistance. And one of the things that the scripture tells us is that God comforts us in our time of need, so that not only are we comforted, but that we could take the comfort that we've been given and comfort others. And what I think we're going to see, and we've already seen, is the people that are just coming out in swarms to say, hey, sign me up. I want to serve somewhere. Just put me to work. These are people that I know that God has brought some comfort in their life somewhere. They've gone through something that somebody else reached out to them, and they're wanting to pay it forward. The people that are going through the difficulty, those hundreds of houses that have been destroyed, that are on the receiving end right now, the next time there's a crisis, they're going to be the ones giving the comfort that they've received. And that's what it's all about, recycling the pain in a way that God can use that, not just to bring comfort to ourselves, but that we can to leverage it to something greater than that. And that's what God's doing in this moment.
Hey, Greg, when Matt was here, we talked about this, and you and he have hit on the same theme, talking about the big C, when you talk about the church, God's church, Jesus's church. And the thing that we've seen here in this community is those denominational walls come down during this.
Yes.
We've seen the Baptist church, the Methodist church, Foothills community. We've seen all these different churches from different denominations putting those differences aside and coming together for the greater good. And, that's the way the church was originally set up.
Absolutely. 100%. Those little things that are the denominations, maybe a little thing here or there that we may disagree on, the small points, but the large point we agree on, that Jesus is Lord and he's got a plan for our lives. And I think that's what you're seeing, is that, like you say, putting all of that other things aside, those non-essential things, and taking care of what's in front of us, the opportunity we have in front of us, and that's to meet the needs of our community in their time of need. And to me, that's what Christians should be. Whether that should be the way that all Christians respond. And that should be the way that every human being responds. Just because there are people in need, and we ought to be trying to help. And I've seen that. I think this has been. I don't know that there's a word. I've tried to come up with a word to describe what I've seen. But I would say that it's almost miraculous just to see people coming together like they have. And any differences that we may have had politically, religious, denominationally, sports teams, it doesn't matter. All of that's aside, because there's a bigger cause in front of us, and that's what people are focusing on. And that's the way it should be.
You were talking about trying to decide what to call this thing when you meshed it together. Ryan Goodrow, our pastor here, in an email to the church the other day, he took the coronavirus and the tornado, and he called it Coronado relief.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes to get the point across, right?
Exactly.
Listen, thank you not only for joining us here, but thank you for displaying the servant's heart. Thank you for everything that Foothills community is doing. I know the work is not done by any stretch of the imagination, but thanks for being on the front lines and fighting this thing and spending a few minutes with us today to share what God has been doing through you guys.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for you're bringing the awareness, heightening the awareness in the community. Because, like I say, even people that live in this town, I think sometimes if we weren't affected, you don't realize the magnitude of those that are. So thank you for what you're doing. To all of you there, it is our pleasure at the church to be able to serve our community. We consider it an honor. So thank you so much.
And before I let you go, Lee reminded me, you guys have come up with a replacement for the handshake right now.
Yeah, we're doing two hand claps and a Ric Flair. So,
that's great.
That goes over big in this group that's right here now. I can promise you.
It does in our church too. When we did that the first time, we didn't know how they'd respond, and it was revival. Let's just put it that way.
That's great. Awesome. Hey, Greg, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Bye-bye. That is Greg Oraham. He is the pastor of Foothills Community Church. I turned down the wrong thing. We'll take a break and come back. Ryan Goodrow, the pastor here at Utica, is going to be with us about 12:15. Still got to catch up with Billy Davis. We think Dan Alexander, the mayor, is going to be by here. And then at 1 o'clock, Franklin Graham. I'm Dan Scott. Kyle Oxford, Tom Van Hoy, Stagger Lee is here. And we'll be back right after this. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott. I've been telling you for some time now that I switched to protection of my home and family to Security Complete. I can tell you that I've been ecstatic with the results. Locally owned with more than 40 years experience in the industry, Security Complete uses nothing but the latest technology, which equals low overhead, which equals greater savings to the customer. Fully automated systems with monitoring rates much lower than the competition. Security Complete gives you all this and does not require a contract of any length. Find out more by calling 864-546-0630 or find them on Facebook and Twitter. Security Complete, my first line of defense. Make them yours today.
We're all trying to find our way. Forge a path, blaze a trail. The work is hard and the work is personal, but you can't do it alone. At Furman, we're committed to giving you an advantage, the Furman Advantage. We know that graduates who are emotionally supported and who have deep learning experiences in college are 3 times as likely to be engaged at work and thriving in life. At Furman, all students are guaranteed 4 years of rigorous classroom education integrated with high-impact research, internships, study away, and a community of support every step of the way. This is the Furman Advantage.
Is your roof leaking or damaged? Do your gutters need repaired? You can Google roofing companies until your computer overheats, or you can simply call the best, Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Whether it's roof replacement, new and remodel installation, roofing insurance claims, whatever your needs, Bracken Roofing and Gutter will simply do it right the first time. And the same goes for gutter screen installations. Forget about balancing on ladders and cleaning your gutters. Let Bracken Roofing and Gutter screen them for you today. Listen, do not settle for subpar work. Get a free inspection today. Check out the reviews on Facebook. You'll see many satisfied customers, and they're all saying the same thing, that they're happy that they chose Bracken Roofing and Gutter. That's Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Call Kyle today at 864-704-5993. Well, and then there were 2. Elvis has left the building. Both Stagger Lee and Cobb Oxford had to bid adieu during that last commercial break, so it's just Tom Van Hoy and me here in the dining hall at Utica Baptist. We're going to be here until about 1:30, just about 1 hour from now, we are expecting to hear from Franklin Graham. He'll be calling us, Monday of last week. The morning, that's when we woke up and we all saw the devastation. That afternoon, Angela and I drove toward Anderson for something, and I can't remember what it was. We quarantined ourselves in her convertible and took off. And as we were going in that direction, we passed a Samaritan's truck, a Samaritan's Purse truck, coming into Seneca, one of their big 18-wheelers. They have been here since, I guess, in effect, technically the day of the tornado, because it happened in the early morning hours of April the 13th. So they've been here. And, of course, Franklin Graham started that organization a long time ago, before he started working for his father's organization, the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. Now he's the president of both of those. He'll be with us at 1:30 to talk about Samaritan's Purse, talk about some of the other things that are going on. And before then, we also plan to talk with Billy Davis, who happens to do security for him now. So we've got that going. We have had a nice stream of people in here today, and the idea of this, first and foremost, obviously, was to raise money for the tornado relief, which we've been reasonably successful in doing so. We don't know how much that's been given online yet. We probably won't know that until tomorrow. But we've had a number of people who have come on and shared stories with us, starting with Karen Trammell, who was a guidance counselor at Seneca High School all those years, and we were doing the fundraising shows on the old radio show. Matt Turner, the pastor of Ann Hope United Methodist Church, came in here and just about delivered a sermon. He got fired up, man.
He did.
David Crane, the football coach at Seneca High School. Tim Beret, the retired sports information director at Clemson. That was fun. And just now, Greg Oraham, so who's a pastor of Foothills Community. And the idea was to get a bunch of the old radio crew together, kind of a reunion here, some people who did so much great work during the time that I was on the air in Clemson. And of course, the biggest work was always done by the listeners, because they were the ones who gave the money or adopted families at Christmas. Or remember the one time that we actually put a homeless family into a house here in Seneca. But those people, Cobb and Tom and Stagger Lee and Jazzy Jeff, Allie Haley, who I was hoping would be able to be with us today, but she can't be here. So many of those people, that core group from back in the day. And you think about this, in this little small area that we live in, raised, and this is not an exaggeration, when you think everything that we did, from the Challenger League to the Christmas opportunities that we put together for 5 or 6 straight years, to the deep frying the turkeys and the money and stuff that we collected there, to the putting the homeless family in the house, our listeners at that time, and these people working here with me, who gave of their time selflessly, raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for people in this area. And it was so good, Tom, to hear Karen Trammell tell us early this morning that a lot of those people that got that help
absolutely
are the people who are out helping others now.
Yeah, and for those that weren't with us, and I had asked her the question. You and I had done your show over there at Seneca High School, and I moved out here, and I didn't know much about the area, and was amazed at what that school was able to provide just nutritionally to make sure that those kids had something to eat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got to start with that to a certain extent when you're talking about academics, and just she continues to fundraise herself, and gave her story about how it gets quiet and it sounds like a freight train coming your way, and you really, at that point, you're not quite sure what's going to happen. But I think and you see it on the news. We knew that it went through Seneca. I live up in Greenville, and it was a bad situation down here. And I think a lot of us, and be it Seneca or whatever you see, kind of move on to a certain extent. It's been great for me to come down here to hear and visit with some of the people that have been involved and what the damage was like down here. And a lot of lives, have been altered. And just the fact that those that from Ohio come down and they cut trees and they do things like that. I think there's a lot of goodness in all of us. We get caught up in our everyday life to a certain extent, and maybe we don't appreciate what we have on a daily basis to a certain extent till you do see something like this, and then you see really. I think we all want to do well and hope, and for others when we can, if we have that opportunity. Gentlemen brought in $51 bills. Okay. And it's the old saying, every dollar does count. Yes. And we had Mr. Oram just a moment ago talking about how much a difference it makes with just the money, with the ability of someone else to be able to buy that, and how far it goes versus maybe you and I going down and buying some canned goods or something like that. So from my standpoint, to come down here, and I'm only, an hour away, and I didn't realize the devastation that was down here. And then you hear the stories about those that want to help others in the community, and it really is kind of a heartwarming situation.
Angela and I came over here and drove through the area yesterday and took an up close and personal look at, and then this is a week and a half later, so there's been a lot of cleanup that's been done, but there's still neighborhoods you can't get into. When the work trucks are there, there are still places here without power. And I'll share this photo again because I don't think you can see this too many times. The devastation that was done here in Seneca. The estimation is, I believe it's showing up on screen now. Yeah, $250 million estimated property damage, 1,400 damaged properties, 172 homes not structurally sound, 78 homes destroyed. Those are real homes, real numbers, real people, Tom, who've been affected.
And where are you going? It's one thing to go maybe get a meal, and was it Matt Turner that told the story about the young man who was 17 years old and came and got a meal, and he hadn't been to a church since he was 5, and then said he would be back. Well, and tremendous, been able to provide the meals, and how many thousands of meals, but there are a lot of folks that their houses are gone, and where are they going to go now, and things like that. And I just, like I said earlier this year, we lost power at our house for 5 days, and I'm like, now what am I going to do? Well, you know what? I went back to my house after the power came back on, so it wasn't that big a deal. And so, but you love the stories of the volunteers, and it's not just from the specific churches, but it's from people are in this community, from around this community, from different parts of the country, that they really want to help somebody else. And that's, one of the great stories that's going to come out of this, and all across the country, I'm sure, but particularly here in Seneca.
Well, you can see how you can help online. uticabaptist.com is the website. Click on the giving button and then scroll down to Tornado Relief Fund. And 100% of the money that is donated there or via this text number I'm going to put up goes directly to the tornado victims. And there's no administrative costs. Church isn't keeping any of it. 100% of that money is going directly to tornado relief. You can text a dollar amount to 864-301-8822. 864-301-8822 is the number. And if you are in the area and want to come by and see us here at 4056 Wells Highway, then you can make a donation here. And what we collect on site here, we're going to target that specifically toward the Golden Corners Food Bank. And again, the math is something like every dollar that's given is $7 worth of food they can buy. So we have $200 here right now. That translates into $1,400 worth of food that they can purchase at the food bank.
Yeah, it's just been amazing that the thousands of meals that have been served, and even here where we are at Utica Baptist with the taking a shower. I mean,
yeah.
And what Tim Beret say after 2 days or after 2 cold showers, I'm going to find a friend someplace, to where I can go do that.
Yeah, because cold showers are not good.
Oh man,
Let's go back to the phones and let's welcome in our good friend Billy Davis, who is, of course, a member of Clemson's '81 national championship team, retired U.S. Secret Service agent, and now is head of major security for the guy we're going to talk to at 1 o'clock, Franklin Graham. But Billy is with us from his home up in Virginia now. Billy, how are you?
Doing great, Dan. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good to talk to you, Billy. It's been a while.
You too. Thanks for what you guys are doing.
Well, I gotta say thank you, because it was a crazy idea in an email that I sent to you that started the ball rolling. That's going to culminate with Franklin Graham joining us via a phone call coming up at 1 p.m. And I know that you had to follow the proper protocols to get that ball rolling, but I appreciate you being willing to do that, because Samaritan's Purse was here the day of, and they're still here, and they're going to be here a while. And it's just a tremendous work that's going on.
Yeah, our rapid response ministries and the folks that go out and do those things all over the United States and literally all over the world. It's an amazing group of people that go out and do it, and it's quite an operation. It's a huge operation. We have trucks and hospitals and equipment and stationed all over the United States for a rapid response, just like the situation down there in the upstate. And those folks are raring to go. There are a lot of solid believers and Christians out there are just trying to help. And, it's an opportunity to help your fellow Americans and fellow man, and at the same time spread the gospel. And Reverend Graham is right at the tip of the spear of that. And he's got his hands on everything. He's very involved. And he along with his son, Edward Graham, who's a West Point grad, and Edward helps his father out in these situations. There's too many people that I know that I can't even name that are just outstanding individuals that are there to help in a time of need. And, I think, Dan and Tom, one of the issues we have right now is obviously the coronavirus takes front and center on everything. And in a situation like we're dealing with down in Seneca, doesn't even make the first 5 or 6 pages of the newspaper up here or the internet or whatever you say. And that's a shame. So that's where folks like Samaritan's Purse fill in the gap and help out. And so folks in Seneca aren't forgotten, and they're people that are trying to help.
The resources that Samaritan's Purse and the BGEA have are just phenomenal, and the way they use it is incredible. I mean, Samaritan's Purse is here, as we mentioned, and they're in different places. You've got the field hospital set up in Central Park in New York to help with the crush of coronavirus victims there. And I know you were in New York City for a very surreal scene when Franklin did his Easter message from an abandoned Central Park.
Yes, sir. We were up there 2 weeks ago. What's today? Thursday. 2 weeks ago on Tuesday. He flew into Teterboro, and to give people an idea of how surreal it was, normally, and I don't know whoever's listening out there if they know where Teterboro, New Jersey is in relationship to Manhattan or downtown New York, as you refer to it for the people that don't refer to it as Manhattan. But Teterboro, New Jersey is below 10 minutes or so just north of Giants MetLife Stadium, formerly known as the Meadowlands. And so on a normal day, if you fly into Teterboro and you want to get to Midtown Manhattan, it's probably going to take you an hour and 15 to an hour and a half at least to get into town. It took us less than 25 minutes. And that was crossing the GW Bridge in a 3-car motorcade that we had. So that's surreal in itself. Anybody that's been out of New York as much as I have, and then to go to Mount Sinai Hospital, which is on 5th Avenue, and it butts up. It's across the street from Central Park. And those that are familiar with Central Park, it's on the north end, the very tip top of the north end of the reservoir, which is right in the middle of Central Park.
I was going to say, I've been across the George Washington Bridge a number of times in my life. Sometimes it can take 25 minutes to cross the bridge.
Oh, of course. Yeah. It's surreal. So we got there, and the folks with the, Mount Sinai Hospital, who Samaritan's Purse is working in conjunction with, greeted Reverend Graham, and they've been fantastic. And, once again, I mean, Reverend Graham spoke to the volunteers, their doctors and nurses, and he thanked them. And, it's an amazing group of people. And he said, well, where are you from? One lady raised her hand and said, I'm from California. Another lady raised her hand and said, I'm from Nevada. Another lady raised her hand and she says, I'm from Minnesota. Another one said, I'm from Virginia. And they're all volunteers. There's full-time Samaritan's Purse staff that runs the skeleton operation that's in charge, but a lot of these folks are volunteers that come to work. And it's in a world that you can be sometimes very disappointed in people. And I think sometimes this coronavirus has brought out a lot of the worst in people, and it's brought out a lot of the best in people. And I believe Samaritan's Purse and the folks that work for Samaritan's Purse illustrates the best in people and what can really be done to help others out in a time of need. And we're certainly in that situation right now in the country and in the world, obviously, with our Samaritan's Purse Hospital and serving over in Italy as well.
Billy, as you say that and talking about volunteers, and Dan and I've been here since about 9 o'clock. I think we had 3 different ministers on with us, and it's incredible that those that here in the Seneca community and those that have come from across the country to a certain extent just have volunteered their time. I'm sure you see it all the time, but it is amazing how people will kind of rise to the occasion.
Yeah, it is, and it's a great testament. It's a great testament to humans and the human family, and that's what you see in these situations. As much as we can get agitated when we go to the grocery store and we see somebody walk out with 24 roll of toilet paper, and they're hoarding food for no apparent reason. And on the flip side, you see people that drop everything and come to the aid. And it's not just folks that are working for Samaritan's Purse or people that are working in hospitals, but just people that get up and go to work every day, at your local, Harris Teeter or Bilo. They're on the front lines as well. And you're right, but they're not volunteers. Obviously, they're getting paid. But then you do see a lot of people, and you guys look what you're doing right now today, raising funds for folks that, it's your community and it's the upstate. But that's what people do. And that's why, I worked for the Secret Service for 27 years, and I worked for the Central Intelligence Agency for another year or so after I retired. But I was drawn to work for Reverend Graham and Samaritan's Purse and the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association just for these principles that we're talking about right now. One, to volunteer and to help people that are in time of need and spread the gospel at the same time. And it's a great way to serve. I told Dan this, I used to work for the GOV, and now I work for GOD. So
That's pretty good.
And it gives you a real boost sometimes when you get to go to work and help people and do it all. And very rewarding.
Yeah, and unlike the GOV, the GOD has no budget crisis.
That's correct.
His resources are unlimited. We continue to visit with Billy Davis. Billy, what'd you tell us on the first edition of the Grumpy Old Broadcasters podcast that when we were talking about your mindset, that all we needed to know about you is that you work for the Secret Service, you work for the CIA, and you return punts?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That describes me in a nutshell. Yeah. Yeah. I've forgotten about that, but that's true. People go, "You're kind of crazy." I said, "Well, yeah. I mean, look at my job descriptions over the years. I'm not, I'm focused, and you have to be able to do the jobs I did, whether it was, and my background, Dan and Tom, for those people that don't, and most probably people out there listening don't know my background, but I played football and baseball at Clemson, and I was in and out of the NFL for a couple of years as a special teamer. I was L3 on the kickoff team, and so that should tell you something. And I returned punts at Clemson as a gangly 6'4", 195-pound kid that was barely breaking a 4.6, but I wasn't scared. And then I decided to go in the Secret Service and become a bullet catcher for 27 years, and then went to work for the agency. So yeah, that's that describes me in a nutshell. But thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah,
that's good.
Well, we do what we can, as little as it is.
Well, he's done 2 more jobs than I have.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Well, I finally got it right. You know what, Dan and Tom, I tell people all the time, there are other opportunities, obviously, for a person that was blessed to have the career that I had, whether it was, you know, if you look at the resume, I tell people I kind of had a Forrest Gump kind of life. You know, you did that, yeah, and you did this, yeah. I said, but I could have other opportunities to probably make a lot more money just because of my resume and background. But I feel like everything I've done in my life has prepared me to serve in the role that I'm in right now, you know, for Reverend Graham and Samaritan's Purse and DGEA and, you know, the Graham family itself. So that's where I think I've been led. And I've told him that many times. I could have had other, you know, that's just the way. And I think a lot of people, you know, in the ministry or people that are serving in these capacities feel the same way. And it's a good feeling to have.
Well, listen, the guests are starting to stack up 2 by 2. It's like the Ark has arrived here. So we're
okay, man. I don't want to hold you up.
No, we're
but
going to. I was just going to say, again, thank you so much for your friendship. Thank you for your willingness to hop on the phone with us at just about any time to talk sports and share some laughs. And thank you for helping facilitate the interview that will be coming up at 1:00 with Franklin Graham.
Oh, it's absolutely my pleasure. Thanks for what you do. You're a good friend, and I'm glad Reverend Graham could be on there. He's a great guy. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it to you. He is what he is, and he's been very kind to me, and I'm glad you could get him on the show, and he can tell you what Samaritan's Purse is all about. All right, Dan.
All right,
thanks,
good.
Dan. And
Thank you,
thanks,
Billy.
Tom. You guys have a great day.
All right, thank you. That is Billy Davis, the former Clemson standout, retired Secret Service agent, and now the head of major security for Franklin Graham, Samaritan's Purse, and the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got the mayor of Seneca, Dan Alexander, here. Ryan Goodrow, the pastor of Utica Baptist Church, is here. I may have Ryan put the headset on and help facilitate the interview that's coming up with the mayor, and then hang out with us. And then at 1:00, Franklin Graham is going to be with us via phone as well. You can give by text. The number on the screen, 864-301-8822. Text any dollar amount to that, and that'll start the process. Or if you go to the website, uticabaptist.com, click on the Giving tab and hit the Tornado Relief Fund. You can give there. We'll probably have those totals tomorrow. Anything we get here on site, and we're about $250 now, we're going to designate that, I believe, towards specifically the Golden Corners Food Bank, because they can take every one of those dollars and turn them into about $7 worth of food. We'll come back. Dan Alexander will join us, and we'll continue with our fundraiser in just a moment. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott here, and I want to tell you about my technology partner, Carolina Creative Group. When my show needed a creative technology boost, I turned to Carolina Creative Group. My custom design website is going to take marketing as well as brand strategy and development to new levels. The search engine optimization means that my clients' ads will be seen by more people more often. And if I have any questions, Carolina Creative Group is just a phone call away. Friends, that is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. You can find out all the ways that Carolina Creative Group can help your business by simply calling 864-250-2012. Again, that's 864-250-2012, or simply visit them online at carolinacreative.co. Carolina Creative Group, technology partner of the Dan Scott Show.
Imagine a university. A university where your passion for protecting local water sources is encouraged. And now, your work not only benefits your career, but the health of those in your community and around the world. This is Furman. This is the Furman Advantage.
If you're looking for auto repair, you want superior work, not inferior parts and worse, inferior pricing. Hi, this is Dan Scott. I take all of my business to Superior Auto Care. That's Chris Burkett at 410 Ross Avenue in Easley. He brought my wife's car back from the dead. There's no other way to say it. For 4 months, it had been sitting with a major transmission issue. Chris was able to diagnose it along with some other problems and get it back and running again. Mrs. Scott is happy, and guys, you know how it is. Happy wife, happy life, right? Well, he can do it all for you, from the simple things like oil changes, brake service, air conditioning service, tires, to major engine and transmission work, even electrical work. Works on domestic cars as well as foreign cars. Again, they're located at 410 Ross Avenue. That's Superior Auto Care. Give them a call today at 864-306-1988. Superior Auto Care in Easley.
Let me tell you something, Cowboy. This rookie can really bring the heat.
He's smoky and spicy with a Chipotle style all his own.
It's a new Montgomery Inn Chipotle barbecue sauce. Make it a part of your home team.
Available now at your neighborhood grocer or online at CincyFavorites.com.
All right, our fundraiser continues here at Utica Baptist Church, raising funds for the tornado victims here in Seneca. And we appreciate all of the response that we've gotten. We've had, I think, $250 has been brought to us here. We don't know at this moment how much has been sent online. That's a total we'll be able to get probably tomorrow or the next day that we'll be able to share on our social media. Ryan Goodrow, the pastor of Utica Baptist, is here. And you have to speak, you know.
Hello there, Dan.
There you go.
That's probably not a problem, right?
Yeah. And then also joining us is, you can see standing up behind us, is the mayor of the city of Seneca, Dan Alexander. Dan, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Pull the mic
Good,
up
Dan.
so people can hear you.
I'm good, Dan. Thank y'all
There
for
we
doing
go.
this for us.
We appreciate, Angela and I were just talking the other day, back in 2009 or 2010, when I was still working at the station in Clemson, and we did a fundraiser that I'm sure you remember, where we were able to put a homeless family into a house.
Yeah.
And we were trying to assemble something, and I can't remember what it was, and didn't have the right tool. And who comes to rescue us but the mayor of Seneca, who brought us a screwdriver.
Very good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm good for something. That's for sure. Yeah.
Just what's your life been like the last week and a half?
It's the first few days were just unbelievable, not really knowing what we were faced with, but as this week has come through, this past week and this week, everybody has just really come together and helping, and there's so much unity in our community, and it's just really helping all of us get through this. So after this weekend, I could see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, because we've been able to do so much because of all the volunteers and everybody chipping in and just making a huge difference in the lives of people in our community. So I'm just very grateful. Every day seemed a little better, but I know that was because of all the hard work that everybody was doing in our community.
And Dan, you shared on social media yesterday this photo that I just put on the screen that has given us an assessment of exactly what's happened here in Seneca. $250 million in property damage, 1,400 damaged properties, 172 homes that are not structurally sound, and 78 homes that were completely and totally destroyed. I mean, this is a small community, and that kind of devastation is just, it's really hard to comprehend.
It really is, and those numbers are changing every day. But when the storm came through, it really just hit the residential area, and lots of devastation. By the grace of God, there was only one fatality. I know there's several injuries right now too, but we're very fortunate that the tornado came through and didn't stay here a long time, but it did lots of damage, and our hearts and prayers go out to everybody. Yesterday, I was actually, Dan, I was looking at it, we were EF3, about 160 mile an hour wind. EF4 starts at 166. So that just tells you the speed of this tornado as it was coming through and the devastation that it could do.
Guys,
how about from a coordination standpoint? I mean, we've had a number of people on talking about all the volunteers, and I know your staff probably involved as well. But how do you do it as a whole? How difficult has that been for you?
We were very blessed here in Oconee County. The emergency preparedness, Amanda Brock, the county administrator, 3:30 that morning for 3:45. Oconee County emergency preparedness people were in our fire station. That immediately took place. They've been here every day. Big shout out to Amanda Brock and Scott Mulder and Scott Klein and all the staff there that have been working together to make sure that the needs of this community have been taken care of. We were very fortunate because we have a great team between all of us, and we were able to be able to keep things on track. But all the volunteers coming together. Just Saturday, the number that I heard that actually registered to help here in this community was over 1,000. That's not counting people that came in, that went to people's houses and started. But the effort to coordinate this was just unbelievable. How it came together, how we've been able to really be able to get in here with all the different agencies, the firemen, the policemen. We've been very fortunate. The DOT for the state of South Carolina, with the help of our delegation here, has made that happen. DOT's been here, been doing a phenomenal job getting rid of debris, helping us be able to clean up our community. But there's so many more that have really stepped up. The food pantry here, being made sure that people are getting the food, or the laundry, people making sure that people's laundry is being done. So there's just hundreds and hundreds of stories out there of the impact that people have made. But it is amazing how it's come together. And I give that credit a lot to Scott Klein, Scott Mulder, Amanda Brock, and the teams at the county and the cities, and all the volunteers and everybody that worked so hard.
Dan, you mentioned the number of volunteers, and even the fact that a lot of them probably weren't registered. I think probably a big source of that would be the churches that came together. I know I was out in Adams subdivision most of the week last week and saw just a number of churches that were deployed, throughout that neighborhood and other places in Seneca. So just if you would speak a moment to just the way you have seen the faith community come together in responding to this.
The last few days, the thing that I think about is hope, love, and unity here in this community. But if I walk down or rode down any street in our community, the faith-based, all the churches, I would walk up and they would say, we're a church, and from here we got 75, 100 people here. So, and how all the churches came together, different denominations, but their goal was to make sure that this community was taken care of. And, as I went through last week and I'm going through this week, a lot of people had shared with me personal testimony, how they feel like, that their life was spared and how their life is changed forever, and that they feel like God has a purpose. I know that a lot of the churches that they've gone through, they've been able to witness and talk to people and share and help them have hope through this terrible time that we've gone through. But everywhere I went last week, one church after another here in the community, I know there's been a lot of people throughout the state of South Carolina that's actually come in, different churches and denominations. I know my church actually had taken part, whether it was cutting logs off houses or trees off houses or picking up brush, cooking food, washing clothes. The faith base has been unbelievable, Pastor, and I just really appreciate Utica too for what y'all have done here, and just knowing that we're truly blessed by all the people we've been surrounded by this week, and that's what's helped this community get through what they've gone through, a major devastation.
Amen. Dan, as you've been talking, we've been showing some drone video footage shot by Jeff Bright, and the day, and then the days afterwards. We saw the Borg Warner plant, which was decimated. We've seen just the path of the tornado and the damage that it's done to so many of the neighborhoods here. And as we were talking with a couple of the other pastors who were here, one of the neighborhoods that got hit specifically was the Mill Village, and that's probably the place that could have afforded the least to get hit because of the financial circumstances of a lot of the people who live there. And we've seen a lot of resources be sent to that area, whether it's from the city or whether it's from the churches.
Yeah, no doubt. And, as that morning unfolded, Jeff was actually at the fire station where our command center was, that morning. He was there about 4 o'clock that morning, and we were all waiting for daylight to come up because we really didn't know what we were faced with. But as daylight came up, we could tell by the footage that Jeff provided the areas that were really hit hard. And Utica, that was one of the first areas that we actually got into and were able to look at that, making sure lots of trees down in that area. In other parts of the town, lots of home damage, property damage. If you don't mind, I want to go back to the Borg Warner. I know that sort of appears that it wasn't the very beginning of the storm, but it had a tremendous amount of devastation there. To the Borg Warner family, probably one of the largest employers here in Oconee County, our hearts and prayers go out to y'all. I know that they're working very hard to rebuild that plant, get it open back up. Lots of contractors from all over are there helping rebuild so they can open that plant back up. But to the Borg Warner family, I know that the one fatality that we had to that family of that gentleman, our hearts and prayers go out to them, and just knowing that we want Borg to know that we're our thoughts and prayers are with them, and as they rebuild, we're so glad that they're going to be able to stay here. But it's just a great business partner here in our community that has really done a lot for Oconee County.
Speaking of Borg Warner, one of the things that I've seen is just the way the Lord has used the coronavirus and the tornado to work together to really benefit the Borg Warner employees on two different fronts. We've got several Borg Warner members here in the church, and some are very good friends of mine, and obviously a great majority of their workforce was laid off in the week leading up to the tornado. And so if that had not happened because of the coronavirus, my understanding is there would have been 200 or 300 people there at the facility that night. So it's funny how we've seen the coronavirus that really probably spared lives. And then because of the tornado, many of the employees who were laid off because of the coronavirus were then brought back on and then had an income. So it's really been interesting to see how God has used both those things to come together to benefit that work family, and then obviously as a result of that, this community. So we just see God at work in the midst of all that stuff.
There's no doubt, Pastor, that God's at work. And as I walked through last week and talked to so many people in our community, I tell them, I said, if you don't believe there's a God, all you got to do is look at this community, and you can see all the lives that's been saved by this devastation. And Borg Warner is exactly what the virus, and that's something if I had an opportunity to talk to people, I just shared with them. I said, Borg Warner was closed because of the virus, but because they were closed, all these lives probably were saved, and that could have been major devastation of life lost. But I had heard something yesterday, and I'm not 100% sure it's true, but I heard that Borg Warner, they were debating whether or not when they were going to open back up, and they chose to stay closed a little bit longer. So God works around us all the time. And when we see things like what we saw happen at Borg, that not many people were there, there's no doubt in my mind that God had his hands in it. And, we get our strength, and he helps us get through these difficult times. And again, the community, God puts each and every one of us in places where we can touch someone. We may not know we're doing it, but we may be helping them to get through that day and through the whole month. So again, from the Faith Bay, I'm so grateful for all the churches that have come out and just, they've really adopted streets at a time. They'll just show up at houses, and a lot of the families don't know where they came from, but they'll tell them that they're from a such and such church, and we're here to help. And they're just they're blessing the lives of so many.
Well, Dan, listen, we know you got a lot going on. We appreciate you taking a few minutes to stop by and talk with us here. Thank you for continuing to work and coordinate what you're doing from the city level to go along with what's been going on from the volunteer level, and seeing this community come together like this in the midst of this devastation has been really heartwarming. Thank you for helping coordinate it from your end.
Well, Dan and Tom, both, and Pastor, I appreciate y'all and doing this today. And I was actually right across the street at my work, and I had to work at Vote Rehab. And, we have an opportunity every day to to work with people and help people. And, anybody that's listening here this morning, if we have, you feel like we might be able to help you, just know that we're there. We'd love for you to call and try to help you get any resources you need. Pastor, thank you. Thank you for this church. Thank you for all y'all have done here too. Thank you, Dan. Thanks, Tom.
All right, Dan. Thank you. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Ryan Goodrow is going to turn from interviewer to interviewee. And then coming up at 1 o'clock, Franklin Graham will join us, and that'll be the kind of the way we close out the show. The way to donate online is listed right there on the screen, uticabaptist.com. You'll click the giving button and then tab down to Tornado Relief Fund, or you can give by text, 864-301-8822. Just text a dollar amount there.
And if I can just jump into that real quick, it looks like I just checked online. It looks like $150 has been given online today.
Okay. Well, we've got plenty of time to get more than that to come in. We'll take a break and come back and visit with Ryan Goodrow here in just a moment. And we'll do that right after this. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott. I've been telling you for some time now that I switched the protection of my home and family to Security Complete. I can tell you that I've been ecstatic with the results. Locally owned with more than 40 years experience in the industry, Security Complete uses nothing but the latest technology, which equals low overhead, which equals greater savings to the customer. Fully automated systems with monitoring rates much lower than the competition. Security Complete gives you all this and does not require a contract of any length. Find out more by calling 864-546-0630 or find them on Facebook and Twitter. Security Complete, my first line of defense. Make them yours today.
We're all trying to find our way, forge a path, blaze a trail. The work is hard and the work is personal, but you can't do it alone. At Furman, we're committed to giving you an advantage, the Furman Advantage. We know that graduates who are emotionally supported and who have deep learning experiences in college are 3 times as likely to be engaged at work and thriving in life. At Furman, all students are guaranteed 4 years of rigorous classroom education integrated with high-impact research, internships, study away, and a community of support every step of the way. This is the Furman Advantage.
Is your roof leaking or damaged? Do your gutters need repaired? You can Google roofing companies until your computer overheats, or you can simply call the best, Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Whether it's roof replacement, new and remodel installation, roofing insurance claims, whatever your needs, Bracken Roofing and Gutter will simply do it right the first time. And the same goes for gutter screen installations. Forget about balancing on ladders and cleaning your gutters. Let Bracken Roofing and Gutter screen them for you today. Listen, do not settle for subpar work. Get a free inspection today. Check out the reviews on Facebook. You'll see many satisfied customers, and they're all saying the same thing, that they're happy that they chose Bracken Roofing and Gutter. That's Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Call Kyle today at 864-704-5993. We're continuing here at Utica Baptist Church in Seneca, our fundraiser. We have I've been here since about 9 o'clock, going to go until right around 1:30 or so. The number, the text number is still on the screen. If you want to text a dollar amount, you can give that way, 864-301-8822. Or you can give online at uticabaptist.com, which is now on the screen. Choose or click the giving tab and then tab down to Tornado Relief Fund. And you still have time to come by here and make a donation on site. We've had about $250 dropped off to us on site here despite the rain. 4056 Wells Highway. We're in the Family Life Center, so come down to the back side of the church and just come through the doors. And if it's still raining outside, you can drive right into the carport. You don't have to get wet. So we try to accommodate you in any way we can.
Full service,
That's right. Yeah, something like that. Ryan Goodrow is the pastor here at Utica, and he is joining us, was kind enough to allow us to set up in here in the dining hall today. And Ryan, we've had Matt Turner from Ann Hope on. We've had Greg Oraham from Foothills Community on. And I guess the recurring theme has been, as you kind of mentioned with Dan Alexander a minute ago, God's people going out and doing God's work.
Absolutely. We've seen that day after day after day, as we sent chainsaw units out the first several days and spent a lot of our time over in the Adams subdivision, because that's where a lot of the devastation was, but also because we have a lot of church members who live in that neighborhood. You couldn't go 100 yards without seeing a different church group. And it has just been so encouraging to see the body of Christ coming together and working together and meeting needs in various ways. Just so thankful for the partnership that I have with a lot of those guys.
Just scoot this way just a little bit. You're almost off camera there.
That's
kind of
probably-
keep our social distancing, but we still want to get you on camera.
So Ryan, how do you decide? You said talking about a lot of chainsaw activity. How do you decide, or did you decide what you wanted to do?
In terms of the chainsaw unit specifically?
Just in terms of how you wanted to help.
Well, our thought process for how to help has been to meet every need that we possibly can. And I was just making a list a minute ago, just trying to remind myself of the different ways the church has been involved. We have sent chainsaw units out just about every day since Monday. I know as of the end of last Friday, we had about 325 volunteer days already for a total of about 2,064 hours. And that was just last week. So that has continued. We've offered showers here at the church every night since last Thursday. We've been helping to man laundry units. We've loaned out generators. We've made financial donations to help with ice and food distribution. So really, we've just looked to meet every need we possibly can. And that has been one of the things that has amazed me about our members is I can't remember a particular need that we have put out there this week that has not been met. Even 2 nights ago, we had a gentleman who came and took a shower here at the church, and he was a Samaritan's Purse volunteer from Connecticut. Come to find out, our volunteer was talking to him and asked him where he's staying, and he said, "I'm just going to be staying in the truck." He'd brought out a big box truck with lots of heavy equipment, and his plan was just to sleep in the truck. So I posted on our Utica Facebook group and said, "Anybody want to house this guy?" And we had 3 people offer within just a few minutes. Wow. And so now he's staying with one of our members for the time he's been here. So I guess what has guided us has been Galatians 6, 9, and 10. As you have opportunity, do good to everybody, but especially to the family of faith. So we've been trying to begin our work on with the members that we have who had house damage and tree damage, trying to make sure they were taken care of, but then trying to respond to every need that we have seen that we think we can respond to.
And the other common theme in talking to Matt and Greg during this is we've seen the denominational walls come down, and it's been the church, the big C, and not the little C, that's been going out and doing the work.
Absolutely. And that, for that stuff to happen, certainly a crisis brings that to the forefront on a greater degree. But all of that is the result of relationships that we have that have been developed long before this. I've had a great relationship with Matt Turner for a couple of years now. Their church has been involved with us. We've done prayer services together. We've done some service projects together. It amazes me how much his church is able to do when you look at the size of his congregation. I mean, they are just always out there doing good for the community. And so it's great to see those partnerships that have been developed over time now really coming to bear here in this crisis moment.
And these are just 2 other pastors beside yourself that we've talked to, but the number of churches in this area who are doing many of the things we're talking about here has just been incredible.
Oh, absolutely. You've got churches not only from all over the county, but from all over the state, and in many times, like I said, with this Samaritan's Purse volunteer, there are people that are coming from all over the country to help with this. So it really is a testament to the desire of God's people to serve and to meet needs.
Did you have members that lost their houses?
It's probably too early to say that for sure. We have several different members who are not able to be in their houses at the present moment because they've been deemed not structurally sound.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure that any of them will be out of their houses long term. I don't think we had any houses that were completely destroyed, but certainly lots that saw a lot of devastation.
I asked that question, I guess, because if you lose your home, and there's meals and some things that are available, but where are they going? What are they doing? I mean, it's got to be a very difficult situation for somebody who did lose their house.
From what I've seen from our members, it's been a combination of going to stay with a relative that's nearby. We had an older couple in our church that I'm not even sure who made it possible, but they had a hotel room in Clemson for the first several days. And, we're just trying to make sure that everybody does have a place to go. But so far, that has not been a problem. It just
great.
seems like the generosity and the hospitality of the community at large has met that need.
And generosity outside the walls of this church and generosity inside the walls of this church. This congregation here, and obviously I speak about what I know. We've seen other churches doing so many great things as well, but speaking specifically about this one, there just seems to be no end to the servant's spirit in this church.
Servant spirit and generosity, financial generosity going together. I mean, we always talk about that, Dan. As you know, one of the phrases that we use over and over and over again here is soak it up and serve it out. And this has been a very much a serve it out season for our church. And like I said, we have not seen any need go unmet. And it's been because of dozens and even hundreds of people responding in various ways. It really has blown me away.
Surprised at all by the reaction that you've seen from your congregation and others in the Seneca area? And
no, not really. I may be surprised by the degree to which it has happened. The fact that we haven't had to focus on just one or two different efforts. It really reminds me of one of the conversations I had with leaders when I first arrived at this church. We were talking from a missions perspective on, do we want to focus on this mission endeavor, or, do we want to shift our emphasis over to this particular endeavor? And I said, with the health of this church and their desire to serve, I don't see us having to limit ourselves to one or the other. I think we can respond to all the things that we think God is leading us to. And that's been the response here during this tornado as well.
I can say the one thing that, from my standpoint anyway, is that I think everybody, there is goodness and wants to give back, but it's in a situation like this where people step to the plate and what can I do to help you, which, says a lot about the community and the people that are in it.
Absolutely. And maybe the one area that has surprised me has been the financial generosity. Not just with the tornado, but even going back to the coronavirus situation. As a pastor and kind of the leader of the church here, the first thing that you do is kind of hunker down and begin to look at the budget and the expenses. What are we going to have to cut? And really, we haven't had to cut anything here because our people have just continued to be incredibly generous, not just to the finances of the church, but to every opportunity they've had to contribute financially. And that probably has surprised me.
Ryan Goodrow, who is the pastor here at Utica Baptist, joining us here as we kind of head down the home stretch. Coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes, Franklin Graham is going to be with us. And one of the questions I'm going to ask him, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well, is there are really two reactions in a situation like this. The come together reaction, which we're seeing, but the other reaction, the other question that you hear is, why would a good God allow something like this to happen? You have the floor.
Well, I think you may have answered a huge part of that with the first part of what you said, because we do see the church coming to the forefront to meet needs. I was just studying this morning the passage that I'm preaching. I'm finally getting back to a regular preaching schedule, I think, Lord willing. I had been preaching through the book of Acts, and I'm going to go back to that. And so I'm picking up again with Acts chapter 8. And the story that we see is that Philip goes to Samaria, and he does signs and wonders. And because of those signs and wonders, I think he gets the attention of the people and is eventually able to share the word of God with them, and they believe that. And so I see that on a smaller scale due to this tornado, that the churches and their response and individual believers out in the community, because they have responded the way they have, I think it's going to open a lot of opportunities, a lot of doors that people have been knocking on and praying for a long time. It's gonna now give us the opportunity to step through those doors and to share the gospel in a way that we haven't had the opportunity to before.
I think Matt Turner early this morning told us that just personally he's aware of 6 or 8 salvations that have come out of this just from people that he's had some kind of contact with.
That is so encouraging to hear, Dan. As a member here, we've been talking about a Who's Your One emphasis and a personal evangelism goal. Even we've wanted to baptize 40 people this year, and then you move into a season where we can't even gather together, and you start to wonder, how are we ever going to reach that goal? But I was talking to our student pastor the other day, Joe Steele, and he was sharing some of the personal stories of interactions in his neighborhood. And I said, how great is it going to be if a large majority of that personal evangelism goal comes because of the work that's being done now in helping people and sowing the seeds of the gospel. So I'm very encouraged to hear that report from Matt Turner.
Yeah, we have visited with him, Greg Oraham from Foothills Community, Matt, of course, Ann Hope, United Methodist Church up on the Mill Hill, and now Ryan Goodrow, the pastor here at Utica Baptist. I was laughing with, I can't remember who we were talking to earlier. I think it was Greg Oraham. Your nice little turn of a phrase here, combining the coronavirus and the tornado into the Coronado relief. Yeah, that was very good.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. I know not everybody in the state is dealing with that, but it just seems like God has brought both of those things together in a way that really accentuates the abilities of God's people to respond.
Where do you see this thing moving now? We're a week and a half into it. Where do you see the relief efforts turning to? I know when we talked to Greg earlier, he said that from his standpoint, things were getting to the point where much more cleanup now is almost the point where it's going to have to be done by professionals, and they were going to turn back more towards the spiritual end of things. Is that where you see things headed?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the low-hanging fruit of the tornado effort, the tornado cleanup, cutting down trees with homeowner chainsaws, as one of our members has reminded us, that stuff is seemingly coming to an end. But the work of recovery is going to be a long, long, long work. And this is where we're going to be able to see the perseverance of the church. I think there are going to be massive financial needs that are going to be spread throughout the community. And a lot of those are going to become known to the churches just through personal conversations. And so, we've been blessed with some very generous donations here at the church, and we want to be able to help those who are in need, and want to be able to help organizations like the Golden Corner Food Pantry, who are then helping those who are in need. So I think it's going to be a long-term effort. I think that the financial response, and then, of course, being able to guide people spiritually and emotionally as they begin to come out of kind of the stage of shock and paralysis almost, helping them to move forward and to see the hope and the light at the end of the tunnel. So a lot of that, it is very parallel to what's going on with the coronavirus. We've kind of dealt with the initial shock, and now we have to figure out how to move forward. And that's where the church is going to be positioned to help turn those conversations in spiritual directions.
And very quickly before we go to a break, have you learned how to operate a chainsaw, or did you already know?
I know how to crank one. I operated one for about 15 minutes, and the chain got binded up on me a couple of times, and so I decided I'm much better of a puller than I am a cutter right now.
You decided, or somebody decided for you?
No, I decided.
Oh, okay.
I decided.
That's great. All right, we're going to take a break because here in just the next couple of minutes, we expect to be hearing from Franklin Graham. I don't know if you're going to hang around for that or if you've got to go. You can do whatever you want to do, but the donation information is on screen again, uticabaptist.com. Click the Giving tab and scroll down to Tornado Relief Fund, and all the money that goes into there is going directly to tornado relief here in the Seneca area. You can also text a dollar amount to 864-301-8822, and we will it'll be taken care of from there as well. We'll step out for a break, and Franklin Graham is due to join us in just a few moments here on our very special show. Don't go away. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott here, and I want to tell you about my technology partner, Carolina Creative Group. When my show needed a creative technology boost, I turned to Carolina Creative Group. My custom design website is going to take marketing as well as brand strategy and development to new levels. The search engine optimization means that my clients' ads will be seen by more people more often. And if I have any questions, Carolina Creative Group is just a phone call away. Friends, that is just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. You can find out all the ways that Carolina Creative Group can help your business by simply calling 864-250-2012. Again, that's 864-250-2012, or simply visit them online at carolinacreative.co. Carolina Creative Group, technology partner of the Dan Scott Show.
Imagine a university. A university where your passion for protecting local water sources is encouraged. And now, your work not only benefits your career, but the health of those in your community and around the world. This is Furman. This is the Furman Advantage.
If you're looking for auto repair, you want superior work, not inferior parts and worse, inferior pricing. Hi, this is Dan Scott. I take all of my business to Superior Auto Care. That's Chris Burkett at 410 Ross Avenue in Easley. He brought my wife's car back from the dead. There's no other way to say it. For 4 months, it had been sitting with a major transmission issue. Chris was able to diagnose it along with some other problems and get it back and running again. Mrs. Scott is happy, and guys, you know how it is. Happy wife, happy life, right? Well, he can do it all for you, from the simple things like oil changes, brake service, air conditioning service, tires, to major engine and transmission work, even electrical work. Works on domestic cars as well as foreign cars. Again, they're located at 410 Ross Avenue. That's Superior Auto Care. Give them a call today at 864-306-1988. Superior Auto Care in Easley.
Let me tell you something, Cowboy. This rookie can really bring the heat.
He's smoky and spicy with a Chipotle style all his own.
It's a new Montgomery Inn Chipotle barbecue sauce. Make it a part of your home team.
Available now at your neighborhood grocer or online at CincyFavorites.com.
Welcome back to our special broadcast. We're live here in the dining hall at Utica Baptist Church in Seneca. We've been going since about 9 o'clock this morning to raise money and awareness for the Seneca tornado relief effort that's been going on. We have talked to pastors of 3 different churches today, including Ryan Goodrow, our pastor here at Utica Baptist, who is still with us. We've talked to sports figures. We've talked to a number of people, and just the spirit of camaraderie, the spirit of togetherness that we've seen has been incredible. And it started very, very early. In fact, as I relayed the story a little while ago, Monday afternoon, Angela and I, Monday of last week when the tornado hit, Angela and I were heading towards Anderson. And as we were going in that direction, a Samaritan's Purse 18-wheeler was coming in this direction. They were on the ground here in Seneca, technically the day the tornado hit. And I think that's a great segue to bring on our next guest, because he is the president of Samaritan's Purse and also the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. He is Reverend Franklin Graham. Reverend Graham, welcome to our show. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing well, and thank you for having me. And we certainly we've got our in our prayers the folks there in Seneca that have lost property and have had so much devastation, and we're going to be there as long as we can to help as many people as we can.
I got to tell you, good leaders surround themselves with good people, and I know I don't have to remind you of this, but you've got a good one in Billy Davis, who is a friend of mine for a long, long time, doing what he's doing for you. That shows that you're pretty smart about picking out people to work with you.
And Billy is a great man. We think the world of him, and he's done a tremendous help to me.
Tell us about the process for Samaritan's Purse and responding. Like I said, I passed that truck technically the day of the tornado. You're already here. You're in so many other places. How does that coordination work?
Well, we put people on the ground. Not that we actually chase the storms, but we do follow them pretty closely. And we have to work closely with the local authorities. Well, we look for the areas that have really been hammered hard, and where we can go in and try to help the families that have lost their homes and businesses or whatever. But we're on the ground usually within. We try to be on the ground within 24 hours if we can. Sometimes a little before, but we want to get there right after the storm has passed, and we begin to talk to homeowners and get taking job. Actually, what they do is they give like a job request, what they would like to have done on their property. You just can't go somebody's property without their permission. But these are people that have invited us to come help them either cut a tree off the roof, clean up the yard, put tarps on a roof, whatever the case may be. And so far, I think we've helped 84 so far, and we've got about 214 job requests that are still out there that we will complete before we move on. But we've had an army of volunteers. I think somewhere around 700 volunteers total so far. And that's just an incredible group of people, an army of men and women that have come out just to help there in the communities around Seneca. So we're grateful for every volunteer. We certainly couldn't do this without the volunteers. We have chaplains from the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. We believe this is very important. When people have lost their homes, their livelihood, many people have spiritual questions. And that's why we have the chaplains who can talk with them and pray with them. And it's very important. So that's our goal, of course, is we want to give the glory to God and to his son, Jesus Christ. So everything we do is we do it in the name of Jesus Christ. And we want the people that we help to know that God loves them and he cares for them, and that Jesus Christ died for our sins and God raised him to life, and that he can come into every heart that invites him and trust him. And that's what it's all about. But these storms, we have them in life, don't we? And we just have to be able to respond in Jesus' name and help as many people as we can.
Amen. Dr. Graham, this is Ryan Goodrow. I'm the pastor here at Utica, where the fundraiser is taking place. I'm Dan's pastor, and what you said reminded me of one of the insights I've had this week. We've been looking at Psalm 46, and in Psalm 46, verses 7 and 11, it says, "The Lord of hosts is with us, and the God of Jacob is our fortress." You were talking about that army of volunteers that come together, and that Lord of hosts is the Lord of the armies, the Lord, that Lord Sabaoth.
Yes.
And so you see that God is sovereign over all of this, and coordinating this effort, but also he is the God of Jacob. He wants to have that personal connection on a one-on-one basis. Can you just expound on how you encourage that army that you have deployed to then have those one-on-one conversations spiritually?
Well, one of the things that's very important, of course, as I mentioned, these chaplains, that when we do deploy volunteers to work on a person's property, they go out in teams, and we always, when we finish working on or while we work on the person's home, hopefully we have one of those chaplains who has an opportunity to talk to the homeowner while we're working, and just to share the gospel with them. And many of the homeowners are believers, but there are those sometimes that we work on their home. They're not believers, and sometimes they're just anti-Christ and have hated the name of Jesus Christ and have hated Christians. But because Christians are helping them when nobody else has helped them, God uses that to soften up their hearts. And our chaplains are able to share the gospel with them. And then, of course, people on the teams, we encourage them to speak to the homeowners and witness to them. And so the homeowner not only has a witness from the volunteers, but it's the chaplains as well. And when we finish working on a person's home, we take a Bible. Everybody signs the Bible. All the volunteers that work on it, and hand it to the person that we've helped, and give them a copy of God's Word. And it's not just one person. It's a team of people, and it's all of us that are focused on evangelism. We're all focused on being a witness and soul winning. And so when you have your whole team that's focused on that, God uses sometimes one person, two people, or sometimes it's the whole team of people. But the most important part that I think for any of this is prayer. We pray. We pray in the mornings before we leave, and we encourage our teams to pray during the day. And prayer is the key. And if we're going to be successful in anything for the Lord in life, it has to be bathed in prayer. And so prayer is an essential part of what we do. And of course, the local churches, we couldn't do this without the support of the local churches. And so that's so important to us that we come into a community, that we identify with the churches and work through the local church.
Reverend Grant, Tom Van Hoy here. You talked earlier about the volunteers here in Seneca, and Dan talked about seeing the Samaritan truck come by. I just wondered if is there a central location, or is this something you do all across the country? Just kind of logistically, how does that work?
Well, logistically, we work out of course, here in North Carolina is where our home base is in North Wilkesboro for a disaster response team. We also have Texas coming out of Coppell, Texas. That's right the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And then we also work out of the West Coast, out of Fullerton, where we keep trucks. So depending on where the storms are is depending on where we dispatch our trucks from. From here in North Carolina, from here to the Mississippi River, you can be anywhere in this country in less than 24 hours coming out of North Carolina. Same thing out of Texas. We can be just about anywhere out of Texas for the Midwest in 24 hours. In California, the same thing for the West Coast. So it's having people in each location and having the equipment already pre-positioned, having the materials that we need pre-positioned, and we just load up the trucks and go. Depending on, sometimes it's floods. You load your trucks a little differently if it's a flood situation. If it's a fire situation like you have it on the West Coast, we load the trucks a little differently, going into an area where there's been a fire. And of course, right now is storm damage, and and we're not even into the storm season yet. It's just now beginning. And we just pray that God will continue to give us the resources to meet as many of these needs as we possibly can. But as I said earlier, it's praying, and praying that the Holy Spirit of God will guide us and direct us to the right church, to the right group of people, to where we can set up and begin to minister in that community. That's so important, is just the prayer. And we're just grateful again for this army of volunteers. We would not be able to do what we do if it wasn't for the volunteers. These incredible men and women that come and that are willing just to do the hard grunt work, cleaning, brushing, and removing stuff, and helping to put tarps on roofs and drying a house in so that the house doesn't suffer any more damage. But it's this army of volunteers, and we're just so thankful for each and every one. And we could not do it without them.
Reverend Franklin Graham with us. I know your schedule is tight. Just a couple of quick things before we let you go. Number one, your father was, I believe, one of the reasons he was so blessed and successful in doing what he did is because he wasn't about denominations. He was about a person's one-on-one relationship with Jesus Christ. Here in this last week and a half, we've seen denominational walls come down and churches from all over this community and different denominations working for the church with the capital C and not the one with the little c. As you deploy all across America, do you see that to be the case more often than not in situations like this?
No question. I think when a community gets devastated, I think the churches see that we've got to work together and cooperate together and pool our resources together to meet the need of their community. Because when a community gets hit, it hurts everybody. And so we do have these walls sometimes of denominations, and that sometimes I don't say separate us, but it sometimes it's a little bit of a hindrance. And when you have a storm, you see that those walls or those barriers crumble pretty quickly, and God pulls us all together. And of course, at Samaritan's Purse, we're not a denomination. We work with all groups. We want to work with churches that believe the Bible. We want to work with churches that preach the Bible, and that are supportive of evangelism. And so we try to focus on those churches and working through those churches and with those churches that have the love of Jesus Christ in their hearts. So it's important for us to always identify with the local church, and because when we leave a community, we want the church to be seen. We want the church to be recognized, and not a Samaritan's Purse, but we want the church to be able to follow up with the people in the community that we've been able to help.
Last thing from my standpoint, because of the tornado here in the last week and a half, the coronavirus has kind of been pushed a little bit to the background. But your organization also set up a massive field hospital in Central Park in New York City. Can you just in a few minutes relay to us what you saw when you were up there?
Well, we got a 68-bed hospital, and the hospital, even though it's a tent or tents, multiple tents, it's state-of-the-art. It's the same thing that the U.S. military uses in their field hospitals. You have all the new first-class equipment that a field hospital would have for the military. We have the same stuff. We go to the same vendors and buy the same equipment. But we've got doctors and nurses that come from across the country to help us at a crisis like this. And it's interesting there in New York City, God placed us right there in Central Park, right across from Mount Sinai, which is a Jewish hospital. And God has given us favor there in New York. It's interesting, the mayor was against us. Even the governor has not been supportive. And because we're evangelicals, and I believe the Bible, and I believe the Bible is very clear that marriage is between a man and a woman. And so when we accept volunteers to help, we want volunteers that are willing to sign a statement of faith, that they agree with, they've read our statement of faith and are agreeable to it. And it's not a denominational thing, but it's just the basics of the Christian faith. That's what we want. We want people that understand that and agree with that. And of course, the gay and lesbian community in New York, they were offended that I believed, and we want volunteers to sign that marriage is between a man and a woman. And I'm not going to change that. We're not going to back down from that. That's who we are. That's what we believe. But so we got some opposition from the political establishment, but the people, the hospital, the people of New York have been just so supportive of us there, and we'll probably be there for another couple of weeks. Then we'll pack up that hospital and move it somewhere else where the need is.
Ryan, Tom, anything in closing? Well, listen, Reverend Graham, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate you giving us a little bit of insight into everything that you and your organization does, and thank you for having that servant's heart all these many years. We really appreciate your time today.
Thank you. God bless.
All right. That is Reverend Franklin Graham from Samaritan's Purse and the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. I guess it shouldn't surprise us that there be political opposition, right? I think a guy named Jesus got some political opposition once upon a time.
Yes, he did. Unfortunately, a good bit from inside the church as well. But I'm so appreciative for what Samaritan's Purse is doing. And just to clarify, didn't want to keep him on the line to clarify this, but to those of you who may be listening, he was talking about their stance on marriage and sexuality. Just keep in mind, they weren't turning away any patients because of that. They were serving whatever patients came here, and that's what Jesus calls us to do, is to help those who are in need, regardless of who they are or what walk of life they come from. So what he was talking about was for volunteers agreeing to that statement of faith. But I know that they're going to have opportunities to continue to minister to the New York community as they meet the needs of everybody who comes.
It's just incredible, the work that they do on a large scale. And as we've been saying throughout the entire course of this broadcast, incredible to see the work that's being done here on a much smaller but not less important scale here in the city of Seneca. It's 1:20. I'm going to take one more break, and then we're going to come back with a final segment, a short segment to kind of wrap things up, give you one more push. You can donate anytime. Doesn't have to end when we wrap this up. Again, the website, uticabaptist.com. Click the giving tab and you choose the Tornado Relief Fund, or you can give by text. That's on the screen now, 864-301-8822. Just text a dollar amount there, and that'll start the process for you. We'll be back to wrap it up in just a moment. Hey, everybody, Dan Scott. I've been telling you for some time now that I switched to protection of my home and family to Security Complete. I can tell you that I've been ecstatic with the results. Locally owned with more than 40 years experience in the industry, Security Complete uses nothing but the latest technology, which equals low overhead, which equals greater savings to the customer. Fully automated systems with monitoring rates much lower than the competition. Security Complete gives you all this and does require a contract of any length. Find out more by calling 864-546-0630 or find them on Facebook and Twitter. Security Complete, my first line of defense. Make them yours today.
We're all trying to find our way. Forge a path, blaze a trail. The work is hard and the work is personal, but you can't do it alone. At Furman, we're committed to giving you an advantage. The Furman Advantage. We know that graduates who are emotionally supported and who have deep learning experiences in college are 3 times as likely to be engaged at work and thriving in life. At Furman, all students are guaranteed 4 years of rigorous classroom education integrated with high-impact research, internships, study away, and a community of support every step of the way. This is the Furman Advantage.
Is your roof leaking or damaged? Do your gutters need repaired? You can Google roofing companies until your computer overheats, or you can simply call the best, Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Whether it's roof replacement, new and remodel installation, roofing insurance claims, whatever your needs, Bracken Roofing and Gutter will simply do it right the first time. And the same goes for gutter screen installations. Forget about balancing on ladders and cleaning your gutters. Let Bracken Roofing and Gutter screen them for you today. Listen, do not settle for subpar work. Get a free inspection today. Check out the reviews on Facebook. You'll see many satisfied customers, and they're all saying the same thing, that they're happy that they chose Bracken Roofing and Gutter. That's Bracken Roofing and Gutter. Call Kyle today at 864-704-5993. All right, we are back wrapping up a kind of a long but fruitful show session here today. Dan Scott, Tom Van Hoy, Cobb Oxford was here earlier, Jeff Bright was here earlier, Lee Harper was here earlier, Ryan Goodrow was here later, pastor at Utica Baptist where we're set up, and 9 guests later, counting Ryan, we're about ready to put a wrap on this thing.
Well, let's see. It's like a normal football game that you and I usually do. What, 4.5, 5 hours on the air, whatever it is. So been a while since we've done that, but very good show today, and great great people that we had on, and insight into what's going on in this community, and just incredible from a volunteer standpoint, and what this community's been able to do for the folks that have been hurt by the tornado.
You've been on the front lines as we come down the stretch here. What are your final thoughts?
Well, to those who are out there working the front lines and just pitching in, I guess I would tell you the same thing I told my church this past Sunday, which is don't grow weary in doing the good. There's still a lot of work ahead for us, a lot of work still to do, and I would encourage you, when you get exhausted, take a break, but then get back in the fight and look for opportunities to serve.
And right now, we know there's no shortage of those opportunities. The trick is going to be, just like we're talking about the unity we're seeing now, our history says, now not our history specifically, but the country's history says that when the crisis is over, the unity is going to be over as well. The trick is going to be, how much of that unity can we keep as we move through this and beyond?
Yeah, and I would go back to saying those personal relationships is what's going to keep that unity going. So if you've been out in the community and you've been volunteering and you've been shoulder to shoulder with somebody from a different church, different denomination, I would encourage you to build on that relationship, develop that and keep going with that, because that's going to be one of the keys to keeping us together as different churches.
One of the things that we need to mention before we wrap it up is that for about 48 hours or so, we've been bracing for what we were told was a very good possibility of another set of severe storms coming into this area this afternoon into the early evening. As a matter of fact, last night on the news, this area was right in the hot spot again of possible tornadoes and everything else. And a lot of people started praying. And apparently, Ryan, those prayers have been answered.
Yeah, we've been tracking that throughout the day. And thankfully for us, it seems like our possibility of storm damage, and especially tornadoes, has greatly reduced. And so, God, we're thankful that you are seeming to answer those prayers. Of course, that means that other people may be in the line. And so we want to be praying for them and praying that damage is minimized, but that even whatever damage does come, that it will open up opportunities for ministry in other communities as well.
Tom?
Just been a good day. It's been good for me to come down this way. I was totally unaffected and didn't realize the type of damage that was down this way, and I surely didn't understand, but do appreciate what this community has done and is continuing to do to try to get back on its feet.
And don't call me Shirley, right?
Yes.
You want to close this thing out in prayer?
Absolutely.
I think that'd be an appropriate way to end this today.
I'd love to do that. Heavenly Father, you are so good to us. Father, we pray that you would continue to reveal yourself to us in the midst of this situation of relief and cleanup. Lord, we do lift up whoever is going to be in the line of the storms today. We know that you could just turn those back out to sea. You could have them just vanish into thin air if you chose to do that. And we pray that you would be gracious and merciful to all who are in the path of whatever weather systems are out there for today. Lord, I also praise you for keeping people safe this week. Lord, I know just personally from the perspective of our church and the dozens and dozens of volunteers that have gone out, we've had very, very few injuries in the midst of the relief efforts, and nothing that has been significant. And Lord, we praise you for that. We thank you for opportunities that we've had to minister to our community, to help meet the needs of our community. Lord, we pray that you would continue to give us eyes to see those needs. Give us a heart of compassion that comes from your heart. And Lord, you've already been so generous in providing the resources to meet those needs. And so we pray that you would continue to provide those, and that you would give us wisdom to know best how to deploy those resources to meet the needs around us. And Father, on top of all of that, and probably more important than all of that, We pray that you would give us eyes to see the opportunities we have to have spiritual conversations. Because, Lord, we know that people in this community and all communities have been hit with a degree of hopelessness and fear because of all that our country and our community is dealing with right now. And so we pray that you would point us to those whose hearts are specifically prepared for the planting of the gospel. And Lord, we pray that one day very soon we would be able to celebrate dozens and dozens of lives who have been transformed by the life-saving power of Jesus. And so, Father, we pray that you'd continue to watch over us and to use us. Lord, we thank you for Dan and Tom and their willingness to come today and support this good cause. We pray that you would continue to use them and bless them in their ministry and in their service to you. And Lord, we ask all of these things in the precious name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. One final time. Here's how you can donate well beyond the end of this broadcast, because this is a need that's going to be going on for quite some time, unfortunately. UticaBaptist.com. You click the giving button and then tab down to Tornado Relief Fund. And I think I'm correct in saying every dollar of that fund is going into the community.
Oh, absolutely. Using it to meet needs.
And, or you can text dollar amount to 864-301-8822. It's on the screen now. And you will that'll start the process, and you'll be walked through that as well. Our thanks to, and let's see if I can get this in order, Karen Trammell, Matt Turner, David Crane, Tim Beret, Greg Oraham, Billy Davis, Dan Alexander, Ryan Goodrow, Franklin Graham, Tom Van Hoy, Cobb Oxford, Stagger Lee, Jazzy Jeff Bright.
There we go.
Did I get them all?
We got them all.
How about that? It's been fun getting the gang back together and making whatever impact we could make. And thank you, folks, for joining us. And we'll talk to you again next time. Until then, for all of us here, I'm Dan Scott saying God bless you. And so long, everybody.